Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good morning. How are you? Good evening. Hi. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this great conversation we are about to have just about now. I hope you are well. I know you are well and the Lord has kept you. Thank you for being always part of this great conversation that we have here in Hapo Timu hii masaa. Karibu sana. Let me know where you are as well. Let me know where this is finding you. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Welcome very much. Karibu sana watu wote ambao hutazama hii show na wale pia ambao wanajiunga na hii show kwa mara ya kwanza. Karibuni sana. Wasee wote wa Saudi Arabia, karibuni. Wasee wa USA, karibuni tu sana. Wasee wa Jamaica, wasee wa wapi, wa UK, wasee wa Canada, wasee wa Australia, karibuni tu sana. Welcome to this show. Of course, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and we are about to have another awesome conversation and awesome debate happening here live at Afrique 24. Karibu sana, jiunge nami, jiunge nasi, wacha tuwe na nafasi murwa kabisa ya kuchangamua mambo mawili matatu kulingana na vile ambavyo vitu vinaendelea hapa nchini Kenya. Karibu tu sana. Thank you so much for always being part of this great show. Asante sana. You guys are just but an amazing crowd. Asante tu sana for being very supportive. We have seen your love. We have seen you guys really supporting Afrique 24 and the numbers are growing steadily and we are so grateful. Asante sana. Watu ambao wanatazama kupitia Mtembei TV, karibuni. Watu ambao wanatazama kupitia Afrique 24, karibuni. Show yenyu nayo ndo hii, karibuni. Tuko ange, tuko sawa, tuko kabisa. Hii show inakupata mbashara kupitia hapa channel yako ya Afrique 24. Show kali, show fiti, show mmekuja kupenda. We are looking at several issues. We are looking at several matters that made headlines today. But zaidi yote karibu sana. Show yako ndo hii, karibuni. Naona wengi tayari wamejaajaa. Naona jumbe zinaingia tayari tu sana. Asante tu sana. Tuna discuss vitu kibao, tuna discuss matters kibao, kila kitu ambacho unahitaji to discuss including jinsi ambavyo Ezesh Mufinyi ananiuliza kama tuta discuss stories za Ahmed Nasir kuwa by Koome. Definitely my brother, hiyo lazima itakuwa covered vizuri sana kwa hii show. Karibu wadau, karibu sana. Let us have another awesome conversation. Karibu sana, like hii video, karibisha wawili watatu kwa kulike, karibisha wawili watatu kwa kufinya hiyo like button. All right. Okay, thank you for liking the video. Thank you for liking and subscribing to Afrique 24. I'm your host Jakes, the moderator, and we have another one, a good one. Hii ni moto, hii wadau mtapenda, hii wadau lazima mtalike. Asante sana kwa mmekuwa mkilike all our videos. Zimekuwa zikufikia moja kwa moja pale tu ulipo. Kama uko job inakufikia, kama uko wapi inakufikia, popote ulipo. Kama uko Kenya inakufikia, kama uko far and away inakufikia. Hii show yako, hii show ambayo mmekuja tu kupenda tu sana, and I am always grateful to have you. I don't take it for granted. Mi wasichukuli tu hivi. Mi ufurahi sana wakati nakuwa na time nanyi, kuwa na show kama hii, kuwa na show ambayo nyinyi wadau mnaipenda, mnaifuatilia, mnasikiza, mnachangia, mnaingia kwa show, mnaingia kwa studio, mnafanya ile kitu. Mi wasichukuli tu kwa urahisi. Nashukuru tu sana. Asante kwa kutufanya show kali, show ambayo inapendwa. Inapotimia tu midaa ya saa 4, hey, huwa mnajaja na mnaingia. Alright, leo nina vitu kadha wa kadha na tutazingatia yote ambayo yamekuwa yakitokea, lakini pia wewe una fursa ya kuongea nasi, una fursa ya kunena nami kupitia comment section. Hiyo comment section, usiogope kutuma comment. Usiogope kutuma comment, na pia usiogope kujiunga nami kwa show. Nitakueleza jinsi ya kujiunga nami kwa show sasa hivi, ili uwe mmoja wa wale ambao wanachangia kwa hii show. Hii show, as I told you jana, haina like a specific person ambaye anafaa kuingia. Ni show yako mwana Mkenya. Mkenya, hii show ni show yako. Wewe ambaye unajiunga nasi, hii ni show yako. Of course, hii ni show mmekuja kupenda tu sana. Alright, thank you kwa support. Asante sana kwa support. Tunaendelea na show kali. Ilianza jana kidogo, tukazingatia mambo mawili matatu. Leo tunaipeleka a notch higher. Alright, so fanya vipi? Angalia show, tazama show ya jana ambayo tulikuwa nayo, ilikuwa show fiti, ilikuwa show kali. Sasa ndo hii show ingine pia tumekuandalia. Alright, show kali, show fiti, show inakukujia mbashara hapa Africa 24. Ni show yako, show unayopenda. Alright, tunayo mambo mengi tunadiscuss, kuna vitu kadha wa kadha tutazingatia. Alright, so karibu sana. Show yako nayo ndo hii. Leo niwape kitambulisho ambacho ndo hizo. Alright. All right, so this is Africa 24, and of course, as usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. We have a great conversation about to happen. We have a great topic we are looking at. Of course, a lot has been happening, and that is what is making our show today. Of course, Jana, we had that meeting between William Ruto, the president, and of course, CJ Mother Kome. And we are looking at that meeting that happened, Jana. Of course, now this means that Ruto, finally, the president, has been able to put to control several arms of government. We have three. And of course, someone the other day said, of course, there are more than three because we have other independent institutions. So we are looking at Ruto's capture. Tunatazama jinsi ambavyo he has been able to put under his control several, or rather, almost the other two arms of government. Now, what are we looking at? We are looking at two things. He has been able to manage parliament. In fact, some of the bills zimepita kwa kifua. You know, one time he even told the MPs, nione moja tu ambaye atajaribu kupinga, nione moja ambaye atajaribu kukataa, kuzuia, or oppose the housing bill. The financial bill then was the hot cake. So, and the MPs tukawaona wakakuwa whipped left, right, and center, and the bill passed overwhelmingly. In fact, some members of parliament boycotted. You know, I don't know, it's because of fear. I don't know. I don't know if they were bought. I am yet to know. The jury is still out there. Lakini now he has been able to capture parliament. Yeah, many are saying, including the parliamentarians themselves, that kwamba parliament squeeze see place mna debate. Parliament squeeze si place ambapo mnang'amua maswala tofauti. Parliament that we used to know, parliament that used to be a place where sound debate used to happen, where we had many politicians, seasoned politicians, who would come in and debate and make laws. Nowadays, it's far from that. We don't have the former guys who shine, who kind of brought glory to that august house. They are no longer there. You remember the Akina Nyonas, you remember the Akina Martin Shikuku of those days, you remember Akina who, you know them, nitajie tu hapo kwa comment section. Guys who brought the house down, now are no longer there. Now who we have in parliament are guys who others may describe as people who bring jokes to business. Ni wadau ambao wanaleta mchezo kazini. All right. Of course, nowadays, we don't have sensible debates happening. Do we have motions that they wow the country? Do we have controversial bills that are brought to parliament and they are debated on, and many have time to participate? Ama tu inakuja kwa bunge and then tunasikia, hey, put the question. And of course, Wetangula, the man, he's told to put the question and he does just that. Put the question and bills are passed within an hour or two. Na story inakuwa hivyo. All right, so those are the things I'll be discussing, but equally you are part of this show. So hii si show ya Jakes. Hii ni show yako mimi na wewe. Ni show ambayo tuna discuss, tuna participate na tunaangalia ni vipi ambavyo William Ruto has been able to capture these arms of government. No president so far has been able to capture all the three arms. There's always that arm that has always been elusive. There's always that arm that is almost slightly independent. If it is not the courts at one time, it's parliament. But now here is a situation where both the arms, that is parliament and the judiciary, are under one man's control. This man was able to bring the country to a conversation, just like he had said. This is how he started. This is what he had begun by saying. He was not afraid to be taken to court. All right. This is what one time
mimi
he
nataka
said. Listen to this, ladies
munisaidie
and gentlemen.
mahali moja, munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali, bwana Omutata. Wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini, na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi? Please hokia tafadhali, ama namna gani jameni? Watu wa Busia, nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya kotini. Yeye amesema ni rafiki yangu, na ni kweli ni rafiki yangu, ama namna gani? Tunaelewana? Na unajua uzuri ya huyo Kia, hata akinipeleka kotini si mbaya, kwa sababu yeye hajapanga kuharibu biashara ya mtu, si ndio? At least hajapanga maandamano. Unajua kuna wengine wananitisha ati usipofanya hii tutapeleka maandamano. Sasa hawa wengine ndio wabaya zaidi. Eri huyu okay.
Kulingana na William Ruto, wale walikuwa wabaya ni wale ambao walikuwa wanafanya maandamano. Wale walikuwa wanaenda kotini walikuwa wasewapoa. But that was then, some days back. He had no problem being taken to court, and the courts did us justice. The courts in one too many times did us proud. At one point, they were able to stop several things that Kenyans really wanted to be stopped. And it happened, and we were proud. And we thought finally we have a place we can run to. Wakenya walikuwa na place wanaweza potea ama wanaweza kimbilia, not kupotea, wanaweza kimbilia. You know, we had a place we could run to, the citadel of justice. We really felt tuko na place ambapo in case parliament wapitishe bills ambazo we were not contented with, we were running to the courts. But where kumbe mbio za sakafuni ndio hizo sasa zishaishia ama zimefika ukingoni, kwa sababu I'm telling you, the president yesterday was able to meet the Chief Justice Martha Koome. Of course, we anticipated the meeting should or will happen, because that's what Martha Koome equally asked for. And now it happened. That it happened, we are now left asking ourselves, will we now be having justice? Of course, they say the meeting took 4 hours. The matter that was highly talked about was corruption. Yes, corruption. That is what they talked about. And that is what they really focused on. And in fact, they gave themselves a timeline of 30 days so that all institutions come up with a framework on how best to tackle corruption. Wadau, that is how best they chose to discuss yesterday. Of course, the president has been all over calling the judges corrupt, calling state officials, or rather those guys who operate in court, having had a way of ruling or giving judgments that are not sound, that are either influenced by someone or through corrupt ways. All right. So that has been happening. And Wadau, it has been a roller coaster from the time the president spoke in Moranga, all right, to now, 3 weeks now. And that has been the story. That is what has been trending. Of course, now there's another emerging story that is now emerging. Of course, we looked at it jana kidogo. We'll be looking at it tomorrow morning. So please don't miss tomorrow's show. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Sorry, that is what we'll be looking at. That story, I know you might really want to find out what we will be talking about. It is a story that will be informing our morning show. All right. So be part of that morning show as well. So what are we discussing tonight? We are looking at, after now he has been able to capture parliament, Ruto has reached his hand to the judges, to the courts, through, of course, the Chief Justice. I don't know how that will work. I don't know how well that will interfere with justice. All right. So that's what we'll be looking at, because cases that were already in court, pending cases that had taken so many years, now they like a case that was there from 2009 was determined and it was dismissed, and now the government has a go ahead to do what it was stopped several years back. Imagine that, eh? Of course, hii wiki I think hii wiki ndio the housing bill itakuwa determined by the court of appeal, and your guess is as good as mine. It will be given a clean bill of health. Yes, it will. You can bet that it will. I'm not really preempting, or am I discussing the merits or the demerits of a case? I'm not sure if I'm doing so. But what am I saying? Somehow, cases that were previously not succeeding, or zilikuwa zinapewa a gag order, ama zilikuwa zinaambiwa kwanza mpause kidogo, zinaweza anza kosa kuwa zinawekwa hiyo pause sana. Hiyo stopper inaweza reduce and the government might be having its way in the courts. All right, so let me begin by playing this clip and then I'll continue looking at this matter. All right, so this is what the president today tried to explain about the meeting that took place yesterday. All right, here we go.
Have corruption cases expedited to ensure taxpayers' money looted by individuals is recovered on time. Speaking in Gilgil, Nakuru County, the president called for a collaboration among the three arms of government for the benefit of the country. Stephen Leto reports.
Gilgil constituency, Nakuru County, played host to President William Ruto as he led other government dignitaries in the unveiling of the Gilgil Technical Training Institute. The president used the opportunity to reveal details of the State House meeting between the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. President Ruto says in the meeting, the issue of long-standing unresolved cases loomed large, with the Chief Justice told to expedite corruption cases.
Kesi ya ufisadi inachukua miaka 10, miaka 20. Kuna ingine hata iliamuliwa juzi, ilikuwa inaitwa Anglo leasing, ni 30 years ago. Sasa hata watu hawajui ile ilikuwa Anglo leasing ilikuwa nini. Watoto walizaliwa wakaenda mpaka wamemaliza university, na sasa ndio wanaambiwa mambo ya Anglo leasing.
To actualize the expeditious handling of the graft cases, the executive agreed to relocate more money to the judiciary to particularly boost the human resource in the judiciary. Most will be assigned to the anti-corruption division to reduce the backlog.
Jana nimekubali pia ya kwamba serikali itatoa pesa tuajiri mahakimu zaidi. Na hawa mahakimu zaidi ambao tunawaajiri ni wale wataenda katika section ya anti-corruption, wengi wao ndio wale wafisadi ambao ni sugu, tukabiliana na wao.
Yesterday's meeting was however criticized by the opposition on grounds that the judiciary was being cornered to submission. But the government side says the meeting was of mutual benefit.
Your Excellency, tunashukuru wewe kwa kufanya mkutano na Chief Justice kuongea mambo ya ufisadi Kenya. Na tunashangaa wale wanajifanya ndio advocates ya kupigana na ufisadi. They have a problem when you meet the judiciary to discuss corruption.
President while in Gilgil maintained that the government pillar projects that include housing and the new health insurance are unstoppable.
Together, united, we are determined. This time round, we must root out the corruption menace in the Republic of Kenya.
Your Excellency, as one of your biggest champions in the counties, mimi hiyo agenda ya housing, you did not even need to tell me twice. Kwa sababu I believe our people need to live in good, decent houses.
Whatever policy, administrative or legislative interventions that you require from Parliament, we shall be at the forefront of ensuring that those administrative, policy or legislative reforms are enacted.
President Ruto further told leaders in his Kenya Kwanza coalition to step down succession politics and allow the current administration deliver its promises.
Leaders in Kenya Kwanza, leaders in UDA, I want to ask them to step down any contestations for whatever positions, present or future, so that we can work together, focus on delivering to the people of Kenya, ensure that we keep our promise.
Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
All right, so that that is that. Of course, I'll be playing more clips even as we go on. But, ladies and gentlemen, the president said that yesterday's meeting, as we all know, I don't know if you believe that it was purely about corruption, but where, because the president was talking about so many things before the meeting, Jana, and only for it to have one item being spoken about. We had the president saying that cases zinaenda kotini, the judges are corrupt. Cases zinaenda kotini, the judges only do one thing. They only work so hard to stop government projects. He spoke about the housing issue. He spoke about of course, the housing issue has really been contentious. He equally went ahead and spoke about the health issue. And Wadao, even before I forget, that has already been given a clean bill of health. Now, SHIF continues. Okay, I think from this month you should see some changes in your deductions, in your monthly deductions. There should be some changes. Yes, you heard me right. The government gave it a nod, a clean bill of health. Not the government, the courts. Of course, it was first given a gag order initially. Sorry for that. I'm still under the weather, but now I'm slightly able to communicate and have this show go on. All right. So what was I saying? The court gave it a clean bill of health. So the president, in a way, succeeded having that bill continue. So NHIF formerly, and now it is SHIF, has been given a clean bill of health. Wakenya walikuwa wamekimbia kotini, akina Okiya Omtata and others have always gone to court for several reasons, for several issues affecting our country. The courts were very good. The courts have a way of protecting Kenyans, or at least giving hope where we felt we were being oppressed or rules were being pushed down our throats, even without proper public participation. All right, we felt that the courts had a way. The courts had a way of, giving fairness to Kenyans. All right, when we went concerning the housing issue, it's because we wanted fairness. When we went because we were talking about the sorry for that, because we were talking about the financial bill, it's because we wanted fairness. We felt that the courts were the only place that would listen to us. We thought our parliamentarians would do that, but they didn't. So what did we do? We rushed to courts. The courts gave us some relief. Of course, now that relief seems to be short-lived. That relief seems to be short-lived. And now we might be in a situation where Parliament will be passing laws, the courts will be upholding the laws. One of the roles of our courts, ladies and gentlemen, you know very well, is to interpret the law, is to give justice, is to be an arbitrator, is to really make sure it comes in between even an oppressor and the oppressed. Okay, it's where justice is found. But if one of the plaintiff, if one guy who can be sued in court, if one arm of the government can be taken to court, and now this arm has a way of either interfering with cases directly or indirectly, we are now asking ourselves tonight, really, where will mwananchi go? Ama itakuwa ikisemwa sawa, ikisemwa fine, it will be sliding, itakuwa tu ikislide. No more roadblocks, no more injunctions, no more gag orders, no more stop orders from the court. All right. Parliament used to debate very interesting topics, very nice topics, awesome debates. I don't know if you remember. Actually, personally, I miss those days where we would have long hours of parliament sessions ambazo zingekuwa moto. You would enjoy watching parliament proceedings. You would enjoy because kungewaka at times. Opposition wangejitokeza waseme no, na ingekuwa ni no, government side inajitokeza sema no, yes. But now, I don't know if we'll ever have such anytime soon. Bills zinakuja tu zikisail through, and then later on una realize, hey, kukuwa na kamshki. I listened to Otiendo Amolo the other day say that sometimes some of these bills zinapita before they are really properly before they undergo the correct processes. So kwanza zinapitishwa and then the processes zinafuata baadaye. The order of doing things has changed. That's parliament for you. So we were going to courts. Now that we can't go to courts, ladies and gentlemen, where will we be going? Remember, we cannot go to the streets. They made sure you cannot go to the streets. They frustrated one Raila Odinga who tried to go to the streets until one time he said he will no longer be asking people to go to the streets because once we tried to do that, tear gas canisters were excessively used upon those who went to demonstrate. Not just tear gas, live bullets at times hit protesters, at times leaving them lifeless and even killing some. So as much as it's all right, I am telling you, it's never as easy when you have no way to go to the streets. It's not possible nowadays. It's not possible. So that side where Mwananchi directly can express himself, that has been gagged. The representatives that we elect, them as well have been captured. And where we were thinking is the only place that was remaining, our courts, that as well has been captured. So ladies and gentlemen, what can Mwananchi do? What can Mwananchi do? I wish to know your comments up in the comment section. What can Mwananchi do now that that has happened? What can Mwananchi do? Listen to some of the sentiments, especially on some of the things that we were complaining or are still complaining about. For example, the housing levy. It's not that we are against paying these taxes. No, we are not. But some of these taxes we know will not be used prudently. Some of this money will end up in some of these leaders' pockets. Of course, some of them are so scrupulous. They don't really care about us, Wananchi. We will pay the taxes, yes, but will they do what these taxes are meant for? Your guess is as good as mine. Probably not. And listen to this public participation. This is a participation that really illuminates how these ladies and people in this participation were debating.
Wants the government to provide a mechanism to finance the provision of accessible and adequate housing without overburdening employed Kenyans. During a public participation forum on the housing bill in Nairobi, FKE argued that imposing a levy to facilitate the provision of affordable housing will set a wrong precedence where the implementation of every social right must be preceded with taxes and levies imposed. Residents who included professionals, local leaders, business community, and women voiced their opinions during the public participation on the housing levy that was held at the KICC. Here's Ben Kirui with the details.
The fifth day of the public participation on the housing bill was held in Nairobi. Residents, including different groups, turning up in their numbers at the Kenyatta International Convention Center to give their views to the National Assembly Committee on Housing and Urban Planning.
Me to speak in English.
The Federation of Kenya Employers, FKE, in their presentation, advocated for the government to establish mechanisms to finance the affordable housing project without further burdening the overtaxed formal employees loaded onto the employers who can barely manage the high cost of doing business.
Is something we are requesting, and we are asking the members of parliament to consider looking at the situation the economy is in, the number of levies that are being levied from the employees and that are required for the employers to contribute the way where we are, so that we don't end up hurting and making these employees go home without nothing.
FKE highlighted the potential negative impact of a 1.5% levy on both employees and employers, deeming it discriminatory, arguing against setting a precedent of funding social rights through imposed taxes.
We ask that in the ideal situation, it would have been voluntary. That's the ideal situation. Make it voluntary, and if the houses are really being built, the people who wants the house, they will be able to pay that levy because they see the benefit.
Concerns about housing affordability resonated among Nairobi residents, who argued that the proposed cost for affordable housing units were excessively high.
Wakati nimesikia mama mwingine ameongea hapa, amesema mambo ya 21,000 is not an affordable housing. Nafikiria, Mr. Chairman, you have to come up with a mechanism whereby ikiwa ni mama mboga, because the president is advocating about mama mboga. Mama mboga ni mtu ambaye anapata 3,000. Hapa tunaongea mambo ya slogan bottom up. Mimi unanitoa kwa maisha ya kulipa nyumba 1,000 ama 500, unaanza kuniambia nilipe kama venye nimesikia 21,000. Itawezekana? Hii kitu itawezekana? Mimi nasema let us honor the bottom up slogan yenye inasemwa kutoka masikini tukiinuliwa tufike mahali juu.
Tunataka mtakapokuwa mnatuambia affordable, kama kamati committee mnatuambia affordable, iwe ni affordable kweli kwa hawa watu. Hawa watu mnawaona hapa, hawa haki ya Mungu si wadanganyi. Hata kula jana kuna wengi hawajakula hapo. Unajua wamewaona, wamejua mko vizuri.
Some groups called for the removal of stiff penalties for employers failing to remit housing levy deductions. The Nairobi social movements and civil society organizations termed the penalties as punitive.
Kama kuna housing levy ambayo inafaa kutuwezesha kupata access to housing, affordable housing tunasema, ambayo is a right, alafu unaambiwa ukikosa kulipa ile housing, when you are in default, then there is a penalty.
Members of the National Assembly's Committee on Housing and Urban Planning are expected to retreat to write a report after completing the exercise of receiving public views at the end of this month.
Enda kuangalia hii maneno yenu yote, and then tutaileta bunge, and then tutaiona ni gani tutaipitisha, na tukiipitisha ikuwe sheria, tuhakikishe pia kwamba hiyo sheria imetumika vizuri.
Hao wabunge wote waliniunga mkono vile nilisema ile amendment nilileta kwa bunge ya kusema hii pesa yote tunakusanya isiende mahali pengine, iende tu kwa housing.
The public participation in Nairobi on the housing bill comes 2 days ahead of the much anticipated appellate court's decision on the government's application seeking orders that suspend the High Court decision which declared the housing levy unconstitutional.
So now what the government is now doing, and it's what it was supposed to do before after hizi stories the petition, because now the sharp petition check what is sahihi ya rais. It's what it's doing now, public participation. You know, wewe ungeulizwa, do you want the housing levy? How do you want it? You know, that is public participation. As you had the women talk about it, as you had the gentlemen there really bring out germane issues concerning the housing issue, right? That is what ought to have happened before. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. Our MPs didn't do what they're doing now. They're now doing the exercise because it is the courts that told them to do it. Yes, it was the courts that told them to do it. Or rather, it was because it was stopped by the courts. That's why they had to redo it and do it right. And I'm sure even when it goes to parliament, if they don't do a good job, itapitishwa tu. Itapitishwa tu. And some of the sentiments zenye zimekuwa aired hapa from these women might not be featured. For example, you remember the NADCO report? There were so many things that Kenyans brought to the table. There were so many, what do you call it? Revelations that were being brought, especially even from the controller of budget, Madam Nyakonga, what she came out and exposed. That didn't really come out as clear after the report was issued. What came out were things that, hey, so sometimes the public participations zina happen vizuri sana, because I even remember walijaribu kufanya ka public participation kidogo kuhusu these stories of housing levy hapo mbeleni, because you remember before it was supposed to be a contribution. And then they said they went for public participation. And then after they went back to parliament, they changed it and said during public participation, I don't know which Kenyans said this, we really need to know. Kenyans said, and even the president said that this is what Kenyans said. Kenyans said that it stopped being a contribution that would be refunded after 7 years. It becomes a tax. You remember, this was what was to happen. In 7 years' time, after me contribute, wewe pamoja na your employee, what you have contributed, you can be refunded. Mimi sija, okay, I'm yet to hear government kirudishia mse do. I'm yet to, but I don't say it can't. It can. But after that, after the purported public participation, what happened? They went ahead and changed it from a contribution kinda to now a tax, a house levy tax. And that we took it to court. The court gave the financial bill some degree of clean bill of health. All right, but hiyo part ya housing levy, hapo ndo wakaambia hiyo part hawakufanya vile ilifaa kufanywa. And of course it was given a null and void unconstitutional verdict. But later on, the same day, few hours later, a stay order that muendelee kutoa tu hizo do until January 10th, ambayo ikakuwa pushed mpaka hii Friday ambayo inakam, where the Court of Appeal will give a final ruling. And as you have seen, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm about to show you, there are some cases ambazo zimekuwa tangu jadi, old cases, na sasa zimeanza kuwa released or rather kuwa dismissed. You know, now kama ni road kama ile I'm about to show you just now the government can go on. This is how the president began by saying fulani wa fulani, hiyo barabara koti ilikuwa imesema tusijenge, ende ijengwe. And of course the courts through Neema wamesema hizo stories zenye zilikuwa natuma hiyo barabara isijengwe tumetoa, sasa barabara inaweza jengwa. Sasa barabara inaweza jengwa. Those who went to court concerning that issue had gone to court, I think, in the year 2009. Yes, they're about 2009. And now the courts have given a clean bill of health, or rather the courts have given a go-ahead. But even before the courts gave a go-ahead, the president had already instructed the PS for roads aanze kuitengeneza. So it's a matter that had begun even before the courts had done anything. But of course, he had to play to the public that, hey, koti ni wabaya sana, koti ni wabaya sana. And so this is what the courts decided to do. And through Neema today, they have allowed it to continue. The issues that we are taken to court are no longer there. The issues you and I had taken to court are no longer there. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Ihide Ndonyo Njeru Road, set to connect Nyandarua and Nyeri counties, may finally be constructed despite opposition from conservationists who moved to court in 2009 to oppose the planned construction. Following an environmental and social impact assessment, the Kenya Forest Service, the Kenya Wildlife Service, and the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, had all declined to give the Kenya National Highways Authority the green light to proceed with the project, owing to disruption of the Aberdare ecosystem. The three bodies have since written to Kenya approving the construction, with a caveat that the width of the road be reviewed downwards from 40 to 25 meters, specific to areas traversing the Aberdares Forest Reserve and National Park. Chemtai Goin has details of that report.
After Kenya suspended the tender notice for the construction of the controversial Ihide Ndonyo Njeru Road, which the government plans to upgrade from an all-weather road to a tarmac road, NEMA has since rescinded its earlier decision opposing the construction and given Kenya the green light to commence construction works. In a letter dated 5th of January this year, addressed to Kenha, NEMA Director General issues conditional terms that the works can only begin if Kenha reviews its width of the road by narrowing it down from 40 meters to 25 meters in sections that will traverse the Aberdare Forest and National Park. The letter surprisingly coming days after President William Ruto vowed to defy court orders and commence the construction after lamentations from area leaders.
Ile barabara ya Ihithe munataka tujenge ama munataka tungoje mpaka judiciary watuambie tujenge? Judiciary wanasema tusijenge. Munataka tujenge? Nijenge hiyo barabara ama tungoje hao watu? Tujenge barabara? Bwana Mbogwa, wewe Bwana PS, weka pesa ya hiyo barabara tuanze kujenga.
The $44 million project is aimed at connecting Nyeri and Nyandarua counties and will be key in facilitating the transportation of agricultural commodities. The road comprises of a 52-kilometer stretch traversing the Ihithe Ndunyunjeru main section. During the burial of Mukami Kimathi, freedom fighter Dedan Kimathi's widow, President Ruto committed to addressing the pending issues in response to local leaders' plea.
Hata ile mumeniuliza ya kutoka pale Ndunyunjeru kwenda mpaka Ihithe ngambo ile Nyeri yenye inapitia pale Aberdare. Nimefurahi sana kwa sababu huyu kijana Bwana Medho amesema atanisaidia kwa sababu pale tuko na shida ya msitu na kuna watu wametupeleka kotini.
Conservationists such as Rhino Arc and others who filed the suit opposing the intended construction of the road, terming it an environmental crisis. The complainant concerned that the construction of the road would interfere with the water catchment areas for the Sasumua and Dakaini dams, which supply most of their waters to Nairobi County. Further, the Aberdare Forest plays host to more than 4,000 elephants, the disruption likely to cause more human-wildlife conflict already prevalent in parts of Nyandarua. The moorlands also provide water sources for rivers Athi and Ewaso Nyiro and prevent water from running downstream, causing floods. President Ruto had already ordered disbursement of the required resources. Hassan Mugam.
Where so the president had already ordered disbursement. Of course, bwana PS aliambiwa eka pesa hiyo story iendelee even before this. Even before this. So ladies and gentlemen, when you look at this, it's interesting that the president gives a directive. Kwanza, he begins a narrative. He begins a conversation very tactfully. He begins a conversation in a way that he knows it will stir public debate. So what does he do? And we are prone to dive into such easily without even knowing. So what does he do? He first says, you know what? The courts are corrupt. The courts are not fair. The courts are not doing us what we call it. The courts are not really doing what it's supposed to be doing because some officials there are corrupt. And he first says we need to have a conversation. He stops there. Of course, Akina Ishongwa and Akina this senator for Kiambu, they of course pamper him even more. They tell him, hey, president, you know what? Wewe vunja sheria. Your predecessor Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anavunja sheria na hakuna mahali alikuwa anapelekwa. All right? They give Kenya examples. They would say Uhuru Kenyatta alikataa kusikiza koti ambapo aliambiwa asisikize uamuzi kuhusu the CASs. Waliendelea kufanya job. You remember even Wavinya Ndeti was a former CAS. Akina the lady ule alikuwa anatusomea stories za COVID. Mwagangi. She was a CAS, you know, and already it was termed unconstitutional. But the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, then defied court orders, did not listen to it, listen to the courts. He did what he wanted. He did what he felt best. Of course, so many court orders were issued. You remember even concerning Miguna. So many court orders were issued. At one point during campaigns, I remember William Ruto saying he will obey courts. He'll obey the courts. He will not do anything that jeopardizes his relationship between him and the courts. In fact, that is where I even began saying, I will even appoint the 6 judges that Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president, refused to appoint. Right? He equally went ahead and said, you know what? After even I appoint the judges, I will allow the judicial fund to be controlled by them so that these judges are not under my mercy as the president. They fully make independent decisions so that we no longer live under this word I'm about to introduce, state capture. Because that's what they really campaigned on, state capture. What were they saying? People are being taken to court because our courts have been bought. You remember the narrative? They were saying the courts have been bought because Uhuru Kenyatta is using the courts, is using the police, is using the DCI to punish his opponents. You remember? So state capture was a narrative, a big narrative. Of course, it made some waves today. I'll be showing you who brought that topic of state capture today in that meeting. In a conversation, I'll be showing what he said about state capture. So, so this was the narrative then, that the president Uhuru Kenyatta was using the courts. You remember the Kamata Friday? People would be the police would surround, let's say, a politician A, around 5-ish, majioni, si mchana, because during the day you can be taken to court, majioni, so that by the time ukishikwa Friday jioni, utalala ndani Friday, Sato na Sunday. So by the time Monday nafika, already you are properly intimidated. Ungeshikwa Nairobi na DCI, gari zikimbishwa, remember how akina senator wa Kericho walikuwa wanafanywa, unashikwa leo ama during maybe a Senate proceeding na kina Malala DCI wanakupeleka mbio from Nairobi to Kakamega at lightning speed, not through the air, through the roads. Few hours ushafika, umekuwa presented kotini, a charge sheet is presented. Kesi zingine hata sisi zenye ulifanya ukiwa an MP, zingine hata ni before and maybe hiyo siku yenye unashikwa ni siku kuko na a very hot debate in the Senate, ni siku kuko na a very contentious debate in parliament. Hiyo ndio siku unakamatwa. So we termed it actually kamata Friday, right? So that's what they crowned as state capture. So the president now, who was a DP then, said, hey, mimi nikiingia, one of the things I will make sure I will deal with hizi stories za state capture. Mimi nazo nita keep distance, you know. Kutakuwa na social distance between me and state capture. Kutakuwa na social distance between me and directing any courts about any matter. The courts will be free to do what they want to do. The courts will rule as they wish. The courts, they will give verdict without me interfering, of either by holding funds meant for judiciary or by holding appointments meant for these judges. I'll make sure I stay clear of any form of executive interference. And ladies and gentlemen, true to his word, when he got power, the first thing he did, what did he do? Kwanza kabisa akapose na kusign in the 6 judges. Wakaapishwa vizuri sana. Those who walikuwa waende kwa environmental courts wakaenda, wenye walikuwa wajoin court of appeal wakajoin, the 6 of them. Of course, one I think had equally passed on. Uhuru alikuwa amekaa muda mrefu. They were 41 initially and then eventually they became 40 after one passed on. When Uhuru eventually agreed to swear in some, he didn't swear in all of them, he swore in some, and the others were kept pending. Akina Cherule, they were kept pending until a matter that he felt was to be conversed upon was fully conversed, because about they felt some of them were, what's the word to use, corrupt. Akina Odunga, I remember that. So when the president came, that was the first order of business, swearing in them in. And we felt that, hey, we have now a president who respects the judiciary. So even wakati akina Omtata wanaenda kotini, they are feeling, we are going to a court that is independent, a court that cannot be interfered with, processes that cannot have anyone putting their hands in it. And where? To cut the whole story short, the president came out as someone who respects, and that's something he has always said, he respects the rule of law. He respects the constitution. He respects the courts. He respects judges. He respects the third arm of government. But wow. So what was I saying? I was telling you of the conversation he began. He began a conversation of calling the judges corrupt, of castigating or casting aspersions so that Wakenya waanze kuangalia kivingine. Of course, iko ina happen tu baada ya Justice Chitembwe kutolewa kwa sababu ya corruption case. So alipoanzisha hivyo CJ Kome akaona hapana, huyu jamaa ametuingilia sana. Akakuja akatoa statement akasema kama unasema president hautakuwa unasikiza courts, of course you'll be creating anarchy. This is how lawlessness itaanza. This defying court orders, it will really destroy a country. And we plead with you, probably unaweza kuwa na intel those corrupt judges. There is a process of going about it. Let your evidence ilete kwa JSC, where the president is represented through the attorney general. Let your evidence. Our majaji hatusemi ni wazuri, hatujasema ni wazuri, lakini you cannot put a blanket, you can't cast a blanket statement that all of them are corrupt. Just bring your evidence. Of course pia DP akasema nitaleta evidence ya Esther Maina, the judge, ya kwamba vile alifanya kesi yangu kulikuwa na so by the time Prezo analeta hii conversation yote na Martha Koome anajitokeza kujaribu kutetea majudges, so it was almost obvious these guys must meet. So when they met jana, I felt, or rather I thought, the president will come with some files, some evidence, some things to tell the judge. Equally I felt that maybe Martha Koome will come with defense. But wow, the whole story, the whole narrative changed. And what did it become? It wasn't about how judges are corrupt. It now turned to be a panel. Let's talk about all the institutions, the executive, the legislature. Let's discuss about wakapanua neti, nyavu zikapanuliwa. Now they began shooting everywhere. It wasn't now about just the judges. It was almost about every other thing. But the main issue that the president was raising before was not canvassed. The issue of corrupt judges, the issue of cases being affected by these corrupt judges, that was not canvassed. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I now brought this topic. Could it be possible that now finally the president has managed to capture what was elusive before, capturing the judiciary? Because there are things zilikuwa zinakwama. I'll be showing you, for example, the SHIF ambayo ilikuwa imekwama, but now sasa imesonga mbele. Ndio hiyo barabara nimewaonyesha, sasa itaendelea. Ndio hiyo stories za houses ambazo, the housing levy ambayo itakuwa ruled on Friday. Your guess is as good as mine. Probably hata hiyo itaendelea. Listen, as I catch a breather kidogo, equally be inviting you to join me as we continue with this conversation. This is what transpired. Listen, after all the president had complained about, it's not what was discussed in the meeting. They didn't talk of any judge, they talked generally. And this is a meeting they wangekuwa nayo hata kwa kibanda somewhere, because corruption in Kenya, it's almost obvious that corruption is a pandemic. You don't need to create drama and then talk about only corruption. There are so many things we can say about corruption, But what we anticipated the president and the chief justice to talk about, that didn't happen, because this is what they talked about, not the judges, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't talk about the judges. They talked about a specific matter, corruption, and not just in court. They widened the net, and that's why it was interesting to hear what made the talks.
So we begin at the State House in Nairobi, where the contentious meeting between President William Ruto and Chief Justice Martha Koome took place today, with the heads of the three arms of government pledging to promote the independence of institutions as aspired in the Constitution. But a statement from State House gave no indication as to whether the specifics of the relentless attacks on the judiciary by President William Ruto were discussed, particularly his repeated allegations that judges were sabotaging projects of his government. Chemutai Goin has more.
To work together for the benefit and in the interest of the people of Kenya.
As has become the norm at State House, President William Ruto offered the opening word of prayer, then began a contentious meeting that had been preceded by hostile rhetoric, with President Ruto leading weeks of a ceaseless assault on a judiciary he called corrupt. And so they gathered in a semi-formal horseshoe formation, with President Ruto positioned at the head of the half circle, giving the sitting arrangement an ironic arrowhead tip. Attorney General Justin Muturi, Solicitor General Shadrach Mose, and Interior CS Professor Kithure Kindiki joined President Ruto in the executive attendance list. Speaker Moses Wetangula and the National Assembly clerk took the roll call for the legislature, while Chief Justice Martha Koome, Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu, and the Acting Chief Registrar Paul Ndemo represented the judiciary. The meeting took place behind closed doors, with a statement pointing out that the gathering was convened in response to a request of the judiciary to deliberate on approaches to fight corruption and facilitate a seamless delivery of services to Kenyans. According to the statement, President Ruto said there will be no sacred cows, whether in the executive, judiciary, or legislature, in the fight against corruption. The statement did not, however, shed any more light on the pronouncement that preceded the meeting, some of them that had questioned decisions of judges and rulings of the law courts.
We support the independence of the judiciary, but corrupt judicial officials working with those who vested interests that are benefiting from money stolen from NHIF, who want to perpetuate judicial tyranny and judicial impunity. We will deal with them. We will fight with them. We will not allow them. They will not go far.
He might have received reports because we have the various machineries and agencies that are charged with the responsibility of collecting information. And we would like to engage him so that he can give us that information. Because we all have a responsibility of solving our problems in this country. We all recognize corruption is endemic, it is a problem, it is unacceptable, it is condemned, it is actually a criminal offense.
The 4.5 hours long meeting, said to be reportedly cordial, with participants acknowledging that corruption had permeated all the arms of government, threatening the much needed transformation of the country.
Watu wachache, wawili watatu, wameenda kotini, wakahongana kotini, mpango hiyo ikasimamishwa. Barabara ikasimamishwa, universal health coverage inasimamishwa, mambo ya housing inasimamishwa. Lazima tuulizane, lazima tuwe na mjadala.
At the meeting, this was seemingly not mentioned, as the corruption allegation was distributed not just to the judiciary, but all arms of government. A resolution reached that within 30 days, each arm of government submit proposals to the National Council of the Administration of Justice, with which brings together all players in the criminal justice system on short-term, medium-term and long-term measures to deal with the vice. The president is also said to have committed to respect the rule of law, despite his initial threat to defy orders he said was sabotaging government programs, pushing the Chief Justice to sound a warning that such actions would result in anarchy and a constitutional crisis. The statement was also silent on the question of decisional independence by judges, but instead indicated a promise of goodies through the appointment of more judges and an increase in the judiciary's budgetary allocation. Presumably based on CJ Kome's wish list, the executive and the legislature pledged to facilitate the recruitment of 25 additional judges of the High Court, recruitment of 11 new judges of the Court of Appeal, and also channel resources towards vehicle leasing program to facilitate its transport needs. After weeks of constant shelling from the executive, the judiciary walked through the open gates of State House today to a meeting that was broad on generalities but shy of specifics. The issues in contention were seemingly avoided if the official statement is anything to go by. No mention of bribery or sabotage, as State House and the judiciary settled for a rather ambiguous ceasefire statement. Chemutai going.
All right. So that was the meeting. That was the meeting that happened yesterday. Of course, we anticipated a lot, but that didn't happen. What happened was really, on the contrary, an anticlimax. Because we anticipated the president, he who was really accusing the judges of so many things. He was accusing them left, right, and center of so many issues that he claimed or claims are affecting progress. You know, of course, Kenyans were going to court concerning anything, which is equally their right. At one point, they went to court concerning the feeding program. Someone had gone. Someone had gone to court because of the feeding program. Of course, that one in Nairobi, the one that Sakaja introduced, and you only pay 5 shillings. So someone had gone to court concerning that, and it is in their right. It is in their right. If you feel aggrieved, go to court. That's why we have the courts for that. So the president had a problem with that. Of course, you may be asking, were there ways, are there channels that the president ought to have used if he had issues with the courts? Yes, there is. I'll be playing you just now what the president ought to have done. Instead of bringing all the drama, instead of bringing all this hullabaloo everywhere, you know, causing all this challenge, you know, people raising funny statements concerning the judges, there is a set laid out procedure in our constitution concerning how to remove a judge, how to table evidence, how to go about it. Before even you bring in Martha Koome to a table and discuss matters concerning the courts or even corruption, there exist procedures for the same. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, equally, I want you to know that even after the president said all this, does the conversation about corrupt judge now stops? That's something I really felt we need to ask ourselves. Now that walimit jana, does the conversation that he said we ought to have, does it stop? As much as I say in 30 days, they will have another meeting, or rather a report will be tabled. What happens? What happens to the evidence that was he was talking about, to the judges he was talking about? Will they continue being in office? Wow. Listen to this, even as we go on.
Has sustained his onslaught on the judiciary for the past 1 week, training his guns on the judges he believes are corrupt. His threats of disobeying court orders from the alleged corrupt judges appear to be taking root even in Parliament, where the Finance and Planning Committee and the Housing Committee plan to rule out public participation in the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, despite the courts stopping it until the matter is determined. But as KTN's political affairs reporter Emmanuel Tu now reports, more voices have come up asking President Ruto to follow the laid-down procedures if he has any issue against judicial officers.
Nani ajui hapa kuna ufisadi inaendelea mahakamani? Sio kama tunaelewana.
It is the latest in a string of sustained week-long attacks against the judiciary by President William Ruto, who has alleged corruption in the corridors of justice. In his onslaught, the head of state maintains his mission to rid the judiciary of corruption is unstoppable, although he has not stated how he will go about it. The law on removal of judges from office is through the setup of a tribunal.
If the executive has evidence and perhaps they're finding it difficult to present it to the Judicial Service Commission, we invite them to present it to the Law Society. We will look at it, we will review it, and we will prepare the necessary petitions.
The calls by the bench and the bar and the opposition by extension to have him back on track seem to be falling on deaf ears. As it appears, the president's threats to defy court orders is slowly infiltrating parliament, where he enjoys massive support. Legislators are now plotting to continue with public participation on the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, despite active orders barring the same.
You cannot gag an independent body to do their work, unless now the courts tell us then who do they expect to make laws? Because the same way Parliament cannot make judgment and we cannot issue court orders.
Pundits argue the president is completely off the rails.
That he should desist from telling people that we have a corrupt judiciary or we have corrupt judges. Again, as I've said to you, there are ways of handling that problem. If he has any evidence, let him hand over this evidence to the Judicial Service Commission. Let him hand the evidence to the Chief Justice. Let him hand this evidence to the Attorney General.
You can question the decision, but you should not be seen to threaten the judiciary, the other arm of government. So it is very unfortunate for the president that he gives the impression that he wants to cut everybody to size and every institution to his size, whatever that is.
And then the president cannot be the one leading the allegations against those judges when he is the one who is supposed to form the tribunals leading for their removal. That role should be left to other parties.
The president, who had shown signs of climbing down from his hard stance on the judiciary, seems to have gotten back to the head-on collision with the judiciary, an independent body according to Article 159 of the Constitution of Kenya.
Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, I practiced law during his regime. I was a magistrate during his era. At no stage did he ever try to belittle judges. To the contrary, he extended respect to them. That is the way things should be done.
If this trend continues, it's likely to be worse than it was between 1982, that's 1982 and 1988. Because in 1982, that's when Parliament, which again was docile, passed Section 2A.
Emmanuel Tor, KTN News, Nairobi.
All right. So that is what we have been talking about, ladies and gentlemen. And we now wish to shift gears. Of course, the jury is still out there, as Ruto finally succeeded in capturing all the arms of government. All right, because he spoke about judges, he never tabled any evidence, no judge has been fired, but at least now some of his wishes are now being granted. The courts are no longer barring him from executing some of his plans. Equally, the courts have come out to give him and grant him his wishes. Parliament does it for him. Now the judges, I don't know if they'll be doing it for him. Wow. Has Ruto finally captured the three arms of government? Let's shift gears to something else. And of course, it's about Azimio. One Azimio, oh yeah. Now, there is a matter that has been interesting and has been trending for quite some time. It began, I think, on Sunday, but before that, kulikuwa na some allegations huko mbele about Uhuru Kenyatta leaving Azimio, blah blah blah. But now Sunday, it took a different twist. And ladies and gentlemen, Sunday we had very intriguing headlines. This Sunday, we had a very intriguing headline. And one of the headlines that will inform this show and will really be what I discuss from here, Kidogo, is this headline concerning one Junet Mohammed. According to the dailies, they were saying something that really created some a narrative hapa nje. There's a narrative that was created because of what media can do. Yeah, media can create a story. Even what I'm doing, I'm creating a story. Yeah. Media created a story, and this was what the media, or rather the newspaper, the Sunday Nation, was reporting. And this is what the newspaper had written, that why is Junet under siege in Raila's party? And it was interesting. I'm telling you, huku nje watu walikuwa wana complain, hey manze, Junet Mohammed, why is he under siege? What has he done? And of course, old stories began to surface of how Junet Mohammed affected party primaries, not party primaries, sorry, the elections because of kukuwa na pesa za, what we call them, the agents, and many stories zikatokea, you know what Kanchori had said, and so someone said that Junet Mohammed ameandikiwa barua that amekuwa akimiss in action, amekuwa akiwa MIA in action kwa muda sasa, kwa muda sasa, kwa sababu ya kuwa missing in action. Page 4 of Sunday Nation ilikuwa inasema aje that there was a letter to show cause written to Junet Mohammed because they were saying the letter was subject to threats to discipline Junet Mohammed, and of course strip him of his post in ODM. Yeah, to strip him some post. You know, he is in charge of all the election matters in ODM. So according to Sunday Nation, I'll be coming up to why I'm bringing this now, because hapo kwa title yet you see what I've written, that Raila Odinga says Azimio is intact. So I'm taking you back kidogo. So sit with me as I explain why Raila Odinga had to defend Azimio. All right. So Junet Mohammed was featured in the Sunday Nation saying that Junet is under siege in ODM because they were saying he has been missing key functions. You know, he has been missing key functions that Raila Odinga or ODM or Azimio was having. So this man is a man who has gone underground. He's a man who has not maybe been participating in some activities, and maybe someone felt, hapana, this guy, maybe his allegiance and loyalty to the party has shifted. This is someone who probably has seen a different light, and he's no longer singing and dancing to the tunes of Azimio and of course ODM. So what do they do? They write a letter, and this letter is to strip him of all his positions and posts in ODM. And of course, he was to write a letter to show cause and explain why he has been skipping meetings for months and lay bare the truth. And of course, this was saying that it was to lay bare the troubles of Azimio leader, of the most powerful insider. And of course, sorry, I'm reading it wrongly. They're saying that skipping meetings for months, this lays bare the troubles of Azimio's leader, most powerful insider during the last year intense election campaigns. Of course, that was Junet. We saw him all over. He was the machinery working very hard, tirelessly during the last general election. So according to Sunday Nation, they were saying what? Junet is a man under siege. The Junet kuna kabarua ameandikiwa. And watu wakatokea wengi, including Gaucho. Yesterday I was able to play a clip concerning the same. Gaucho saying, you know what, if there is a person who has been supporting ODM, if there's a person who is loyal to ODM, if there's a person who is almost like a son to Raila Odinga, is who? Is one Junet Mohammed. So Raila Odinga has come out strong to defend one, Azimio. Two, he has come out to defend ODM. Why has he come out to defend ODM? Is because of Junet Mohammed. This is one of the reasons. The next reason is this. This now happened. Now, this what you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. This happened on Sunday. Yeah, this was on Sunday. Now, on Monday, this is what the Daily Nation now had to show. I'm sure if you follow our morning show, these are topics we have highly covered. So I'm sure this is not happening to you as a new thing. So always tune into our morning show happening every day at 9 a.m. All right. Now, this is what yesterday's newspaper was saying. Which way, Azimio? Which way, Azimio? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, you are aware that this coming Thursday, Azimio has a meeting, all right? And leaders from Azimio have really explained what the meeting is for. But according to this newspaper, and equally Taifa Leo, if you remember what we saw in Taifa Leo, in fact, Taifa Leo put it like this, that mkutano ya Thursday ni mkutano ya kufa kupona ya Azimio. So this is what the newspaper yesterday read, or rather was saying. It was saying which way Azimio. Okay, so hapo chini kenela kwa kusema ya kwamba Azimio la Umoja One Kenya has called on a crucial meeting this coming Thursday that is expected to determine the future of the coalition and its membership amid wrangles over the Bomas National Dialogue Report and the CAMP's presidential flag bearer in the 2027 State House contest. Now, I don't know even how to put this one, but I don't think on Thursday they'll be talking about 2027, a matter that is several years from now. But Raila Odinga today and yesterday came out strong, came out very strong and very categorical. One, explaining that there is no rift in Azimio. There is no rift in Azimio. Equally, defending Junet Mohammed, saying Junet Mohammed is as faithful Azimio supporter. He is a good person. He is a loyal person. He is the one that coordinates all ODM elections and all that. So he really defended Junet Mohammed. On the same breath, he equally defended Azimio, saying Azimio is intact. Azimio is intact. Azimio has no squabbles in it. Azimio has no challenges in it. All right. So that's Raila Odinga was able to strongly explain, equally defending that hakuna shida Azimio, hakuna shida na Junet Mohammed, and saying that he story ya gazeti wadau, this was not true. So I want to show you that clip as well, and then we continue from there. All right. So, all right. Now here is the clip. Here we go. This is what Raila Odinga said concerning Azimio, concerning Junet Mohammed, because he defended them. He said, "Way, Junet Mohammed is a loyal person. Junet Mohammed is a good person." So I'll first play from the news, and I will equally play the entire clip for you. So this is what he said.
Mrengo huo kuonekana wakitofautiana. Raila amesema hayo katika ziara yake katika kaunti ya Tana River hii leo alipofika kupigia debe chama chake cha ODM na kuongoza shughuli za usajili wa chama hicho.
Mlikuwa mnapiga kura kwa ma MCS ODM, Wiper, Jubilee na KANU, sio? Hamkuwa napiga kwa Azimio. Azimio mlipiga tu kwa rais peke yake, sivyo? Kwa hiyo hizi vyama mpaka ziwe na nguvu, ndio mseto itakuwa na nguvu. Lakini hawa watu wakiona kama sisi tunaimarisha ODM, wanasema Azimio inasambaratika. Azimio haisambaratiki, Azimio iko pale na iko na nguvu zaidi. Tana River, kila mara tukifika Tana River tunakaribishwa hapo kwa ukarimu sana, na leo si tofauti, ni kama siku hizo nyingine. Sasa tumekuja wakati nyinyi mmekuwa na shida mingi zaidi, ndio mmekuwa na changamoto kubwa. Vile gavana amesema, ongea juu ya mambo ya mafuriko. Sasa Waswahili husema mgeni karibu. Hatujui kama mwenyeji atafona leo. Lakini tumefika, tumesoma kwa gazeti na tumesikia kwa runinga yale shida ambayo imekumba nyinyi wakati huu ambayo mvua imenyesha kwa fujo sana, mafuriko. Hii mambo ya mafuriko ya Tana River sio kitu kigeni, ilianza zamani sana. Tena wataalamu wamefanya utafiti ya kutosha, wanajua suluhu ya kudumu ya kumaliza hii shida yenu yote. Ile ambaye imekosekana ni nia ya kukabiliana na hii shida ili hii maneno ikwishe, lakini ni mambo ambayo inaweza kumalizika kabisa, ili isiwe kila mara kwa mara ikinyesha maji inatoka kule juu inakuja inafurika hapa na watu wanahamishwa kwa boma yao, wanakimbia barabarani. Kuna njia ya kufanya hii ni ya kujenga madams na ile inaitwa madikes na kadhalika, na tunaweza kufanya. Mimi na hakika siku nyingine itafanyika. Sasa tena mimi nataka kuchukua shukrani, kutoa shukrani kwenu wanachungwa kwa kufanya kampeni na kupata sisi kura ambayo tulipata hapa ya urais na kuchagua vile vile wabunge ambao mmechagua chama chetu cha ODM. Maana Hilibai sasa amerudi tena, analia rafiki yake Junet Mohamed. Junet hajaenda mahali, Junet haendi mahali. Imekuwa porojo mingi ya magazeti. Gazeti wanaweza kueneza mambo kila nyumba pale wako watu naishi, bwana na bibi. Kila mara kwa sangine naweza kuwa na tofauti ya maoni, sio? Bibi wewe unaona leo unaenda shida mingi hapa, sio? Wewe bwana wewe tunajua mambo yako, kila mara kwa mara unatoroka hapa na kwenda kutafuta wanawake nje, una ulevi na kadhalika. Hiyo ni mambo ya kawaida, hakuna shida. Junet hajaenda mahali, hakuna mtu ambaye ameguza Junet. Junet ndiyo director of campaign ya chama cha ODM. Tuna kiongozi katika hii muungano ya Azimio. Yale yote ambayo magazeti wanaandika ni porojo tupu. Kwa mfano, maana wanasema ati Azimio inaenda kusambaratika, ati Azimio wengine wanaanza mambo si ya vyama vyao, wengine wanaanza kujaribu, kuna utata juu ya kuteua nani ambaye atashika bendera ya ODM na kadhalika. Hayo yote ni wao wenyewe ndio wanataka hayo, kuwe na shida katika Azimio. Azimio vile ninavyojua ni muungano, ni mseto ya vyama. Tuko hapa na ODM, tuko na Wiper, tuko na Jubilee, tuko na DAP, upya na kadhalika. Sasa Azimio haiwezi kujengwa kivyake. Kama vyama hizi ziko na nguvu, ndio Azimio inakuwa na nguvu. the constituent parties of Azimio must be strong. Kwa sababu naona sisi tunajaribu sasa kuimarisha chama chetu cha ODM. A strong ODM means a strong Azimio. A strong Wiper means a strong Azimio. Na Jubilee na kadhalika, hata na Kenya. Kwa sababu sisi tunaimarisha ODM ili Azimio iweze kuwa na nguvu. Sasa wanawake nyinyi vile mlipiga kura, mlikuwa mnapiga kura kwa ma MCS, ODM, Wiper, Jubilee na KANU, sio? Ama kwa napiga ni kwa Azimio. Azimio mlipiga tu kwa rais peke yake, sivyo? Kwa hivyo vyama mpaka ziwe na nguvu, ndio mseto itakuwa na nguvu. Lakini hawa watu wakiona kama sisi tunaimarisha ODM, wanasema Azimio inasambaratika. Azimio haisambaratiki, Azimio iko pale na iko na nguvu zaidi. Sasa tunajua ya shida zingine ambayo umeongea hapa juu yake, tutaongea tena.
Junet Mohamed. Na hapo kwa mtandao ya kijamii kidogo watu wanaongea, wanasema maybe huenda aliandikiwa barua, alisamuniwa. Kuna watu wanapendekeza maybe alikosana na baba. Na mimi najua sana vizuri sana kama kuna mtu ambaye baba anamsikiza sana kwa karibu, Isuna East MP Junet.
My friend Gido, ni vile mimi na avoid mambo mingi na avoid vita mingi, but ukweli lazima nisemwe. Mimi nasikia na nasikia uchungu mtu akisema ya kwamba eti Junet Mohamed eti yakuwe someone asikuwe na asifanye activities zote ya party, asiongee mambo ya party, asinini boss. Nataka nikwambie leo Gido ya kwamba Junet Mohamed kama mtu lazima na vijana lazima tu trust na Junet Mohamed ndani ya hiyo chama ya ODM. Iko tabia nyingine hapa ya kwamba ukikuwa close na Raila Odinga ni kama unakula kuliko watu wengine. Na ukweli iko hakuna mtu alipea vijana ticket ya ODM kama si Junet Mohamed. Nataka nikwambie Junet Mohamed ndiye alipea Robert Alai ticket. Kama iko watu wengine wangona hapa na watakangi vijana. Walisema Robert Alai ni NIS. Hawakutaka kumpea ticket. Junet Mohamed alimpea ticket. Mimi nilipewa ticket ya ODM under Junet Mohamed kulazimisha akuambia baba ya kwamba lazima tupe huyu kijana ticket. Iko watu ambao wanasema ya kwamba hao wako na uwezo wako kwa chama na ni viongozi wa chama, hawakutaka mimi nipewe ticket. After kupewa mimi ticket walienda na ni wako kwa kiti ya party na ni wakubwa kwa party, walienda wakasimamisha watu kwa independent. Kidogo nikapoteza na 17 votes na wako kwa kiti na ya party, wanasema hao wako loyal kwa party. Uko loyal kwa party kama unaweza fund na uongee na tribe yako wapigie mtu wa independent, hiyo uko loyal aje? Unaona Junet huyu ndiye amepea matouch huyu MCA hapa Korokocho, kijana kutoka chini alikuwa anashinda na kinyasa. Hii kinyasa yako liko na nini? Yeye alikuwa anatembea na kinyasa zile za duole. Junet Mohamed ndiye alimtoa kwa mawe. Enda nini Suna East. Junet amepea vijana wengi. Vijana wale vijana wetu walichukua ni security, watu kupiga watu. Alichukua kapea ticket wengine zaidi ni MCS. Unaona? Hao wengine wanasema Junet asikuwe close na baba. Wamefanyia watu nini? Kazi yao ni fitina, wataki vijana. Wanatakanga tu vijana, wakiona vijana wanaona kama watu wa kuang kwa gari zao, kuwapea 200, kuwapea 500. Unaona? Mimi nasema na wanajua vizuri Junet anaambia Raila Odinga ukweli. Raila Odinga anasimama na Raila Odinga. Sasa hebu nikuulize, hao wanasema Raila Odinga akae mbali na Junet. Wanaweza fund hata party. Wanaweza ambia hata Raila Odinga ita ule jamaa watu weke kitu kwa mesa hapa. Jua campaign si kuongea peke yake kwa microphone. Campaign pia inahitaji watu wanaweza tutafanya nini? Wanaweza fund. Unaona? My friend, hao watu wanajua wanataka kumalizana na ODM, na kumalizana na ODM wanataka kusukuma Junet Mohamed atoke. Junet ndio mtu wamempiga after election. Gido. Wanasema after election eti Junet Mohamed ndio alifmess baba. Mimi nauliza hapa, tuko na secretary general, tuko na chairman ya party, tuko na watu wengi hapa kwa party. Secretary general ni Sifuna. Hajasema ODM as party walilose aje. Nani alikuwa na control pesa ya agent? Unaona? Waje tuwaambia chairman ilikuwa ni Mbadi. Kwa nini hizi lawama zote wanawekea Junet Mohamed? Ndiye alikuwa anakula eti yeye Junet ndiye amekula pesa ya agent, Junet ndiye alikuwa na mess, Junet ndiye alikuwa anafanya nini? Tukiingia hapo ndani kabisa historia ya Junet, watu wengi sana hawafai kukua close na baba juu tuambia baba alilose aje election. Kama baba anaweza rigiwa na 200,000 peke yake ingetolewa hapa, ingetolewa Homa Bay ama ingetolewa hapa Migori. Viongozi wetu kutoka Nyanza na watu wengi kwa ODM wanatakanga viti zao na wataki ya Raila Odinga. Kama saa hii walijua Raila Odinga ameisha, wameona Raila Odinga amekula nyasi kidogo, matiti imeanza kutoka, wanaona inatoka matiti tena inatoka ya maziwa, wasanunua ndoo. Wengine wamenunua ndoo ya governor, wengine wamenunua ndoo ya senate, wengine wamenunua ndoo ya MP. Sasa wanajaribu kukimbiza Junet. Sisi tunasema ya kwamba Junet Mohamed tuko na yeye na tuko na yeye. Nao watu ukipanda pandi wanasukuma babu, pandi hii nyingine wanasukuma Gaucho, pandi wataki watu vocal na wataki vijana wako nini, wanataka tu watu wengine hapa wa nini wa control. Junet walimsukuma ya kwamba Junet, kama mimi mwenyewe wananipiga juu close, niko na close na baba na mimi sina kitu, mimi si MP na wananisukuma. Hao watu watakangi mtoto ambaye uko vocal na unaweza nini, ni kama wanataka kumaliza baba polepole na njia nyingine. Mimi nasema ya kwamba Junet, wale wanasema Junet ni anafaa wasamon juu walimpata kwa party.
Inasemekana kuwa maybe kuna barua ambayo imeandikwa. Na hii barua imeandikwa maybe na party secretary wa ODM. Hebu nieleze hii barua iliandikwa na nani na unashuku lengo ya hiyo barua ni gani? Na tangu lini Junet akawacha kutembea na baba?
My friend, Junet ni Muislamu. Waislamu wapendangi vitu za kuvutana kwa kitu hiko. Unaona? Na mimi nataka nikuambie, kijana ya Raila Odinga mkubwa, hao watu wapende wasipende, ni Junet Mohamed. Junet Mohamed hawezi saliti Raila Odinga. Na mimi naambia hata jamii yetu ya Wajaluo, Raila Odinga alitoa Junet kutoka mali alikuwa anafanya biashara tu ya kuuza kitu alikuwa anauza, akamweka akamnominate kama MCA, kama councillor. Raila Odinga akamtoa from councillor to akamweka mayor Migori. Unaona? Raila Odinga akamtoa hapa akakuwa MP Suna East. My friend, Raila Odinga alikuwa president. Junet angetengeneza pesa mingi kuliko hii watu wanasema eti alikula. Eti alikula pesa agent ndio Raila Odinga asikuwe president. Mimi naambia watu wengi wawache hii fitina. Hii udaku wamejaribu kupaka Junet. Wamejaribu, mimi sio waliniwekea kwamba nimeenda UDA. Wakatengeneza, wale walikuwa wanatengeneza ni watoto wa party. Ndio walifund mpaka hizi ma local media hizi zenyu, wakapea pesa, wakachukua picha yangu na Ombanga ya 2020 wakaanza kutrendisha kwamba mimi na work na watu wa UDA. Watu the same watu walikuwa na lea kwamba
watu ni kina nani?
Iko watu sitaki kutaja jina lakini wanajijua, lakini wacha nikwambie kidogo. Sasa pia tumeanza kujipanga. Hebu nikuulize, kwa nini Junet wamepewa babu barua? Babu wao wamepewa barua?
Kwani babu amenena?
Babu nauliza, babu pia kujangi function mingi. Wamempea barua? Kwa nini Junet ni wanasukuma? Mtu akona shughuli. Junet alisema wacha nikae kando kidogo. Unaona? Nifanye mambo mengine juu hakuna election ili affect Junet kama election ya Raila Odinga. Unaona? Wewe umelose, wewe ni captain, wewe ni mmoja wa captain wale cheza midfield. Alafu lose. Na mna lose na 1-0 dakika ya 92. Unaona? Wewe unasafiri aje? So my friend Junet Mohamed, watu wana
All right, so I think that one settles the matter. Gazeti walikuwa wamejaribu kutibua maji. You know, at times unarusha mawe, you see what comes out. If you find a bush urushe mawe, birds zinaweza toka, animals zenye wajificha huko nani wanaweza toka. So I think that's what the newspaper was doing, and Raila Odinga came out to defend, and equally that was Gaucho doing the same. Now, the final story I want to look at, ladies and gentlemen, is a matter that ilianza kimchezo. Yeah, ilianza na Twitter, okay? And one time during a ruling in BBI, the Supreme Court judge and President Martha Koome had to give a notice, or rather to tell Ahmed Nasir then, and of course Nelson Havi, wache hiyo katabia kakubash majaji kwa Twitter, kuwaingilia, you know, before they give out their ruling. Akawaambia bana manze, hizi stories za kutubash, that we are not fair, that we are corrupt, that we won't give verdicts that are neutral or fair or based on the rule of law or anything else. What is the story kwa Twitter? You know, don't talk on merit or demerit of a case when the matter is still active in court. That was the issue then. And where Amenasir akaendelea, ikakuwa ni kamtindo, ikakuwa ni katabia. Sasa was it jana or the few days ago, the court ikamwandikia bwana Nasir, ikamwambia, you know what, from today kuendelea, you will not be appearing, or we will not allow you to appear before the Supreme Court, you and your associates. So Ahmed Nasir was banned from appearing before the Supreme Court. And today there was a matter ya Moi, land ya Moi ambayo imekuwa kwa Supreme Court. Inahusu several billions, and one of the lawyers and his associates wenye wamekuwa kideal nayo ni Ahmed Nasir. And unfortunately, in an interesting twist of events, hiyo kesi it had to stop. It had to stop. Now, it is not just affecting the lawyer, it's also affecting the victim. The victim cannot be represented, because the victim ought to receive fair hearing. And one of the ways to get fair hearing is to have a lawyer of your choice. So one wameambia you cannot use Ahmed Nasir. So leo judges wakasema we will not continue with this case until huyu lawyer ajirecuse, ajitoe kwa hii kesi. Now, see and look at this drama that happened in the courts today. It was interesting to see the courts gagging Ahmed Nasir and telling him, you know what, always appear before us, and kanyanga kubwa kubwa, jipe shughuli bro, kwa hii koti you are not allowed. You are not allowed. Sijui kama I'm justified to use your persona non grata. I wish I had a lawyer. I'll be having them, I think, kwa Shamba edition on Sunday, but I'll ask that question. Is now Ahmed Nasir persona non grata. That word I remember ilitumika kwa Ruto when alijipa alijichocha, wacha nitumie hiyo vizuri, alijichocha akajipeleka kwa ofisi za Jubilee, and kidogo kidogo Rafael tuja kumwambia, hey chief, kidogo huko hujakaribishwa, wewe ni persona non grata, wewe ukubaliwi kukam, ujipe shughuli, wewe ndo mta chama chako huko, fanya stories za kwako huko, lakini stories za Jubilee, keep a distance. All right, so this is what happened to Ahmed Nasir today, actually.
Where the ban against senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi came into effect Tuesday after 6 judges recused themselves from hearing a matter in which the lawyer was involved. Ahmed Nasir was representing the family of the late Noah Chelugui, whose widow Susan Chelugui and son David are respondents in a 2 billion shillings property tussle involving the family of the late retired President Daniel Arap Moi and businessman Jaswant Rai. The controversial lawyer sustained his tirade on his social media platforms, hitting out at the bench, saying he will only come before it if it is not presided over by the president of the court. Here's Chemtai Goin with that report.
My name is David Chelugui.
The family of the late Noah Chelugui became the first victim of the Supreme Court ban on senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi after the 6-judge bench moved in to effect its orders, barring him from submitting to the court by declining to hear a case in which Ahmed Nasir acted on behalf of the family in a protracted property dispute with the family of the late former President Daniel Arap Moi.
The 6 justices of this court now present to hear this matter, in the absence of Ouko Supreme Court judge who is currently indisposed. Now Suomoto makes this formal order recusing themselves from hearing this matter as long as Mr. Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, senior counsel, is appearing either by himself, through an employee of his law firm, or any other person holding his brief or acting pursuant to his instructions in this consolidated appeal.
The judges, reacting to alleged insults and vitriol by the controversial lawyer, directed at the court.
It is untenable
that Mr. Hamen Nasir Abdullahi Senior Counsel will seek justice in the very court and before the very judges whose reputation and integrity he never tires in assaulting.
The family of the late former President Moi had moved to court to appeal a ruling that had found them guilty of grabbing a 53-acre piece of land belonging to the Chelugui family in 1983 and required them to compensate the family 1 billion shillings. With the patriarch now deceased, the respondents in the case were widow Susan Chelugui and son David Chelugui, who witnessed a further delay of justice.
Mr. Chelugui, we, as I said, we empathize with you and especially your aged mother, but we like, the case belongs to you, so we would like to give you time to tell us whether you want to engage another lawyer or how you want to proceed.
My mother is Susan Cherubet Chelugui, a 74-year-old lady admitted at St. Luke's. She got a shock of her life when the court pronounced that the lawyer he had chosen was not going to represent her. My request, Your Ladyship, I traveled yesterday and I'm privileged to have given me ample to appear before you. I request that you give us time, the earliest, as my mother is an old lady, to engage another lawyer.
During the virtual hearing, the court led by Chief Justice Martha Koome stated that the case will not proceed as long as Ahmed Nasir, his defense team or any other advocate linked to him was part of the proceedings, taking to his X handle to state that he was ready to make peace with the court on two conditions, and I quote, "I will not take a brief or appear before the Supreme Court as long as CJ Koome, DCJ Mwilu, Smokin Wanjala, and Njoki Ndungwa judges of the Supreme Court of Kenya," end quote, and that further, quote, "I will come back to the court inshallah, God willing in Islam, if and when Justices Ibrahim, Lenaola, Ouko and other new members constitute a majority in the Supreme Court," end quote. A letter by the Registrar of the Apex Court issued last week was Tuesday formally adopted as a court order, where the controversy-stricken lawyer was notified of the gag orders arising from his continued attacks on judges in the judiciary. Ahmed Nasir has since vowed to challenge the decision at the East African Court of Justice. And even as he waits his day to the court, it appears he may wait longer to appear before the Supreme Court if his conditions are anything to go by. This is because most of the judges of the Supreme Court have time before they get to the mandatory retirement age. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
All right, so that is what is happening to our lawyer. Others are saying it was time, it was long overdue. Others are still saying, hey, before the eyes of the law, everyone is entitled to fair hearing. Everyone is entitled to have a proper representation, to have the representation of their choice. Today, that one was put to test. Equally, the question would be, if you can gag a lawyer from appearing before a court, right? My question, I don't know, I need to know this. Can you equally say some judges should not appear in our courts because sometimes they give rulings that we don't like, or they make things that create controversy? Because what Nani did is to create a controversy that the judges didn't like. If they are the ones on the chopping board, because probably they don't go to Twitter, they don't go to Facebook, right? But when they mess us, can they as well be asked not to rule some cases? That's just me thinking. Maybe I'm doing it in a kafani, not a loud way, but we will be looking at that in other shows. But wait, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I choose to call it a night. Thank you very, very much for keeping me company. Imagine I'm ending the show with so many people watching me. I know, I know the feeling when the show has to come to an end. But equally, allow me to end by thanking you for tuning in all the 1+ hour. of the show. Asante tu sana. Thank you equally for many of you ambao participate kwa comment section. You guys are just but amazing. Wow, you guys are wonderful. Asante sana, asante sana. I'm seeing Zion Kenya TV unasema you're an amazing brother. Asante sana. Asante unasema amazing bro, support me too. Okay, Zion TV Kenya, we wadau kimbieni hapo, support this young brother asking for support, but equally support us Africa 24 by subscribing to Africa 24. I see Penyagaka kwa hapo ndani anasema Raila, let me just read some of your comments. Raila, hey, just empty talks. 2027 we shall show him the same times 6. Ataibiwa tena. All right, that is what Penyagaka, a diehard of Azimio, is saying. I see Goodyear alikuwa ndani. Felix Kavita, I see you. I see Esther Kabiru alikuwa ndani. Thank you very much. Matondeto, I see you. Asante sana. Dr. Recap, I see you. Thank you very, very much. Okay. I see Ezesh Mfinyi alikuwa ndani. Asante sana. Hannah John, I see you. Thank you for your sentiments and your comment. Remus Yegon, asante sana kwa your comment and your sentiments as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to come to a close, but these were the sentiments that made the show, and these are the guys equally participating kwa comment section. Na pia wewe ambaye you just chose to watch, you are equally a very important person. Thank you very, very much for being part of this great, great show that normally happens every day at 10 p.m. You are an awesome crew. You are an awesome team. Asante sana. God bless you. God do you well. Of course, tune in tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. sorry, East African time, where we do it again. We do it again in style and fashion. We do it so well. So come in the morning for our newspaper review. We will have another awesome one. All right. We'll have another interesting show. Thank you so much. This was what we were looking at. We were looking at that, and that is what inspired our conversation. I don't know what's your take about it, but wait, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much. I see someone joining in. Now yesterday nilimfungia, aliingia tu the same way ameingia leo. Now today I think I should be kind, right? We are taught to be kind to everyone. Now, okay, allow me to do this as much as I was wrapping up. Allow me to do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him some 1 or 2 minutes, and then we will be wrapping up. Bwana Penyagaka, yesterday uliingia the same way. Ulingoja tu nikisema kwa heri ya kuonana ukaingia. Leo pia vile vile, lakini zaidi ya yote, vipi kaka, habari ya leo? How are you, Mr. Penyagaka?
Salama salameni kijana yangu.
Niko salama, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay, I'm okay.
All right. Now today I didn't want to do what I did yesterday. So please feel free to tell me what you wish to contribute, because I've really talked about I've conversed so many topics actually, but feel free to jump in where you feel you were equally touched.
Siku nyingi sana, lakini kwanza ni kutoka yesterday ile mlikuwa nasema ati kwa nini Ruto anamiti watu ya koti, and it is very clear, the record is there. When Maraga was trying to get to talk to President Kenyatta's meeting, and President Kenyatta did not give him a time of the day. But when Ruto gives this lady, the people of the court time, then you say the court is going to be both, and the judgments are going to be for the URA. What's a joke that is, my friend? Kila wakati, all the media houses in Kenya are just the same, because what is good for the goose is good for the gander. What's good for those people is good for this. Not necessarily the opposite. Even kusema kwamba Kenya tunaendelea mzuri, hakuna, there is no problem. What is there is a hardship that is in economic change. When you take out the support of the whatever they call that. I don't know what name they call it. When you take the support of the money and yoyote ndio inakuja the hardship of the economy. That we agree, all of us. Personally, I do agree because whenever you talk to anybody in Kenya, watakwambia vile maisha imekuwa ngumu. And that is understandable in any society. When you're changing from this theory to this theory, in as far as economics is concerned, it is true. It will be hard at the beginning, but at the end, it will be comfortable. All the people in ODM or Azimio will love us, will love Huda at the end of 2025 and at the beginning of 2027. Hiyo ndio tunataka, lakini vile nawaambianga all the time, all the listeners, vile nawaambia, if you win, so be it. We'll join whoever wins and the country continues. Lakini hii kufanya it is the end of the world when Uda is ruling. It is criminal when Uda is ruling. It is kuiba when Uda Uda is ruling. Is, I mean, for lack of better word, is nonsense because anybody will win elections and anybody will lose elections, but life continues. Let us not call it the end of the world and be hateful. Ile hateful ambao walikuwa nayo before Ruto won the elections in the old times too, to hate the system, to hate the party that's ruling today. What is Raila doing? He's only criticizing whatever Ruto is doing. My friend, in any democracy, you name it, anywhere in the world, it is your party to to come up with ideas of how to rule better and how to make the lives better of the people, and then they will vote for you. But if kufuata anything it does, then you rubbish it. It's the easy part. Easy. When do you start your own? When do you craft your own ideas? Hakuna. There is no ideas here, ODM. What about even the gentlemen who come here? They are only rubbishing the party of the day. Now that's a waste of time for some of us to react to that. Because we have watched these elections everywhere in the world and it is nearly the same. Kama muna follow Western theory, Western kind of thinking of the countries, it is nearly the same. Or you come from England to Germany to Southeast Asia, it's the same. Japan has been ruled by one party from 1945 to the 90s, a little bit, they changed. And then from then on is one party. Because what? It is giving the people of that country exactly what they need to better their life, to have a better lifestyle, and all that. In South Korea, they negotiated where the company, the people who make like Samsung, all these technological, ideas, we get paid enough money to survive in their own country. On and on and on we can go. What the president is doing, Ruto, is really to improve the country of Kenya, to have the best in what we do. Is it hard? Yes, it has to be hard at the beginning. But hii kulipa pesa ya kwamba, so that we can pop up the economy is just nonsense. It's the below beneath us. Let us understand that when you take out subsidies, you cannot improve your country by just subsidies. And at that, foreign subsidies. You can do national or internal subsidies for the better of the country. It is understandable because when you do the internal subsidies, the pesa ambayo the government has corrected, that is above what you can spend so that the country can continue. Or you can borrow. If you borrow from inside, it's not that hard. But when you borrow from outside so that you can pop up the subsidies, is just utter. I don't have to use bad words. That's it. We don't need that. We need what this guy has done. Some of us, we don't say my jakes. We support him fully because of what he's doing, not because he has given us any money. Wengine wananiambia umelipwa, you are so and so because of UDA. No, that's be below us. What we want is the creation of jobs. Ukienda huko nyumbani ukiona kama watu wanasumbuka, you feel bad. But if this guy is creating one job or the other because of the housing or because of the industrial parks that they're creating or the markets, my friend, it's very good. But what are they alternatively? What are the other guys offering? Nothing. Just to criticize these gentlemen. It's a waste of time, Jakes. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Right. Naona pia your other brother. Oh, okay. Sorry, I think uko umewasha hadi teli. I see your other brother SG Kamau ameingia vile vile. SG, how are you? Hope you're well.
I'm fantastic. How are you, bro?
I'm fantastic. Leo umechelewa lakini karibu sana.
Oh, mnataka kufunga?
Tunaweza endelea, naweza kukupa muda kidogo because kuna mimi nimetoa maoni yangu yako pia naweza kuwa yawe kwa hii show pia.
Yes.
Tumezingatia masuala kadha wa kadha, vitu kibao. Na moja wapo wacha because Pena ameongea kama mtu wa Kenya Kwanza, wacha nianze na wewe kama mtu wa Azimio. Shida ya Junet Mohamed ilikuwa nini? Mbona magazeti yaliamua kumwingilia hivyo?
Weka maswali yote nichambue yote, ama tuanze na Junet?
Wacha tuanze na Junet, nikupeleke tu polepole na leo. And then pia Azimio, is Azimio still intact? And what do we expect coming this Thursday when we have you guys meeting as Azimio and the parties that make up Azimio?
Okay. Acha tuanze na Junet. Junet, from reliable sources, nasikia he really mishandled the secretariat, what we call the presidential secretariat. He was so much he was imposing so much. So I think there's a little bit of the tea because kwa sababu ya kuwa na entitlement kubwa, ODM imekuwa ikiwa na msukosuko, and even heading up to the election kulikuwa na hiyo msukosuko. So I believe that was a problem, or is a problem, but I don't think he is going anywhere. For those of you who want Azimio to go somewhere, what we're talking, whatever is uniting us is greater than what is dividing us. Every time you wake up and see Ruto and his useless government, anybody in Azimio, we become friends. We become more friends. We hug. We do a lot of things together. There is nothing that can separate opposition since 2001. Opposition, they know. Anytime you go your separate ways, your goose is cooked. That is a fact. So we really need each other. And opposition and Azimio will be together. We might have a new name come 2027 or whatever time we're going to have an election, because I don't even believe that tunaweza fika 2027. But if we reach there, we are going to be very much united. Hata sasa tukisupport hata watu wengine, hata nimesikia huku nyumbani wakisema ambao walikuwa Wakenya Kwanza wameingia opposition kwa sababu ya mashida ya wakadha. Unajua hii serikali imeumiza watu kimfuko. You know, us guys from Mount Kenya, hata wale ambao walikuwa wanaitwa Tugege, they vote for the economy. Nimesikia wengine hapo ikisema hata kama Azimio itasupport umbwa, you know, German Shepherd, iwe inabweka huko State House, anything against Ruto, we are going to vote for it 100%. Kwa sababu we have never seen such a president in the history of Kenya and in Africa. A person who is a double speaker, person who promises lies after lies, So we
Mhm.
are even worried where our country is going. The dollar is skyrocketing. We cannot control it. So Kenya is becoming a laughing stock of the neighbors and of the world because of poor leadership. So we might have these differences hizi kidogo kidogo kuna hata group ingine kanaitwa Kamwene, kuna watu wanataka kuwa nini, kuna Kalonzo. But I think we will have a very formidable block come
All right.
2027, might be led by Raila himself, because in my heart, and I will tell you this, Jake, I would love Raila to be the president of the Republic of Kenya, even if it is 2 minutes, so that my people or these funny people who think he was cast, he can never be president of Kenya, they might have their change of mind. So there are people who think that he is the biggest problem Kenyans have. And to break that jinx, I would like him to even win the presidency. Akae 1 year, ambie Kalonzo sasa from now kama Mandela, continue. You see how easy it is to give power? So for me, I would want anybody, and we are saying anybody now. Azimio will look for, my preference is Raila Amolo Odinga. Mimi, until he is not there, I don't think I can support him. I am so comfortable with him, his leadership.
All right.
I'm so comfortable with his wisdom. Kalonzo is good. We can also vote for him. Mother Karua is good. We can also vote for him. But we are saying anything in Azimio. Hata tukichagua one of the dogs that belongs, hata niko na umbo inaitangwa. I have a dog called Queen na ingine inaitangwa Jack. We can give Jack Queen kama running mate, and we vote for them, because what we want is this government out of power. That's basically what we are saying as a people of Kenya. Yes.
Now, what do you make of the president meeting Martha Koome? And after that, we are seeing cases now zimeanza kuenda in the favor of the government, including the road ambayo, the Ndonyonjero road ambayo ilikuwa imekwama from 2009, the housing levy ambayo ilikuwa imesimamishwa, but by this Friday maybe itarudi in full swing. The health bill ambayo ilikuwa imekwama ilirudishwa na sasa it's now a matter ambayo itaendelea kabisa wa kabisa. So what do you make of what yesterday's meeting was? Was it to direct the courts, or was it to really talk about corruption?
Mambo ya corruption tusiongee. It will be ashamed to talk about corruption. How can the corrupt talk about corruption? Najua ya kwamba hiyo serikali imejaa wakora. The president himself has cases that are pending. Tunangojea tu immunity yake ishe ya presidency, we take them back to the court. Ako na kesi ya Gong Forest, ako na kesi ya Weston Hotel, ako na kesi ya Taita Taveta, ya Muteshi, yani numerous, like over 50 cases of corruption. And then there is another, his deputy has a case of county 12 billion, has a case of 1 billion acre. Kuna another land ilikuwa hata lawyers wakaenda kumtetea wa LSK. So we have that. We also have Aisha Juma who is accused of murder, who is a minister. We also have Marcus Kuria of edible oil. We have also this other guy called whom? Chupchir. He has numerous cases since the days of Telcom and now G2G. We have serious problem with these people calling about. So corruption, let us not talk about it. That one they cannot. You cannot solve. A thief cannot help you to stop the stealing of the country. It is part of their culture. Number two, the load that he's talking about, I think for me, I support one thing. I support him to capture the judiciary. And the reason why I support him to capture the judiciary, because I know mtu kama mtu anaitwa nani huyo chief justice ni mtu mwoga. Huyo doesn't need a lot of things. He just needs some threat kidogo kidogo, apigiwe simu, atumie kichwa ambayo imekatwa, na wa Nigeria, hiyo tu, he will tip he will follow the government. And therefore, for me, I am so grateful when the judiciary is captured because of one thing, because they are going to pass all the bills that Kenya Kwanza wants. How good or how bad they are, I want them passed. Mi nataka watu wakatwe mishahara ya heavy na wakatwe na hiyo na hiyo mambo ya kujenga ni barabara iwe lifted. The reason I support this is because I know the kind of president we have is a kind of president who looks for bogeymen, for blame game, you know. Hatutaki ifike mahali anze kusema unajua nilikuwa nataka kuwatafutia kazi lakini judiciary ikakataa, sijui handshake brothers wakata. Unajua ni mtu ambaye ana blame everybody except himself. So before he blames everybody, wacha hiyo manyumba zijengwe, tuone kama mama mboga watapata. Wacha hiyo barabara ya msitu ijengwe, tuone kama itasaidia. And I can tell you, my brother, because I come from that area, the problem is not the court. Utaona sasa court imeinua. These people have no money. They have stolen everything in the coffers of this country. That is why you see Jogona Ndongo was resigning, because I don't know where they are taking the money. I think they want to buy a planet somewhere. Yeah, peke yao. Maybe part of a moon. I don't know, but maybe that's what they're looking for. But I can tell you, kwani nikuulize, barabara kwenye ni wapi, Jex? I don't know where you come from, lakini because of security, I am so sure kuna barabara hazijajengwa, si ndio? We are in Africa. Na si moja na ijakatazwa na serikali ina koti. Kuna koti imekataza barabara za kwenye zijengwe. Na kwa nini hazijengwi? Kwanza hii Hawaiaki haijajengwa. Hii Hawaiaki watu wanakufa kila siku, haina baya, haina parking, haina mataa, haina nini. Ni koti gani imezuia hiyo barabara ijengwa? So ni story tu ina blame. Yes, unajua hii barabara ndio jenge, lakini koti na watu kadhaa hapo waksidadi. Uongo tupu. We know this kind of characters. And therefore, wacha zipite. Na tunataka watu wakatwe mshahara, wakatwe hiyo mambo ya nini, ndio hiyo maneno tuone ikifanyika, because we know it won't work. Yeah.
Now, when they met, before they met, the president akasema, oh, judges are corrupt. Oh, court this, court that. You know, decision this is wrong, decision that, blah, 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 and all that. But it didn't feature in their conversation. The thing that featured is something that even a letter, a memo would have been sent and it would have been enough, because corruption is, we all know, is a vice. We all know it's a crime. Did we really need to have all the three arms meet about this? In any case, if it was truly about corruption, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission was absent. The DCI was absent. Of course, the Solicitor General was present, but the Controller of Budget, hakuwa. You know, we didn't have people who truly are vested in matters fighting corruption present in this meeting, as much as the CS was there. Truly, was this meeting truly about corruption? Ama there is more than what meets the eye?
There was no corruption case here, my friend. And as you say, why were the instruments, the institutions charged with corruption not there? This is Hurabalu, it's games. This guy plays games with the country. He's taking...
Yes. SG. All right. Even as SG is coming back, but he's still with us. I see Bwana Richard. This is what Richard is said. You find another mad young man drunk with power, talk of forming commission on state capture. He should ensure Ruto's name is on that list of those to be investigated by his purported commission. All right. Geoffrey Ruto says that Azimio see Ruto will not win the next elect. Oh, sorry, I think I understand what you're saying. Azimio see Ruto will not win the next election because of the economy right now. But when things change and the economy flourishes, Kenyans will vote him back. The opposition have no chance. All right. Equally, you have said that Junet is a cow, is a smart cow. He knows that Raila's political time is over. There is nothing much he can do now. SG, I don't know if you're back. All right. Even as SG is coming. Yes, Bwana
Hello.
Nyagaka, you can respond to what just said.
Yeah, unanisikia? Hello?
I can hear you, Nyagaka. Go ahead.
Yeah, vile SG amesema, the courts are really the last resort ya Azimio, kwa sababu in the parliament, in the legislature, they were locked out. This legislature sets the laws, and the laws are interpreted in the courts, and the courts has gone completely wild. Hiyo kuzungumza is not necessarily to talk about a particular case. It was to talk about the general direction of the court. Maybe the responsibility of the court for that matter, because they have the Uda, I mean, Azimio has never ever gone or argued anything in the parliament. When they were passing the tax laws, 90 of them, 90 Azimio members of parliament did not even show up, but they ran to court so that they can bribe the court, so that they can get the results that they want. My friend, that's why I told you earlier, even Justice Maraga asked Mheshimiwa Kenyatta for a meeting about the 6 judges that the people who hire the judges had passed it through. But because of whatever personal reasons Kenyatta had, he refused to confirm them. And the president right now, Ruto, confirmed them. Wacha nikubali na SG ya kwamba if the economy is as bad as it is right now, watatushinda, and then we can agree that we have been beat. But to take off the financial backup that we need to do right now, and to fix the economy for the betterment of the country of Kenya right now, is best we can do as an introduction. They always, in every Western country, the finances are very difficult at the beginning of any administration. And I mean, ask me which one in the world, and I will tell you. But if it is at the end of the day, it is what it is, then we'll lose and we'll go home. We will not come here to double down. We don't want to double down on Ruto or anybody. Because if we do this, it's just a cycle of cheat and tat. Why don't they go ahead as wafanye ile wanataka kufanya, give us the ideas of where they are going as the future of the country. But hii criticize Ruto, kusema ni mwizi nini nini na hiyo hoteli yake why don't they even tell us the truth that the hotel next to the hotel is Moi School? Nobody attacks Moi School. It's President Moi, who gave Ruto that land, and it was transferred legally. Kwa hivyo mukiharibu hiyo hoteli, haribu na hiyo shule ya Moi and everything. We go back. Everybody has land, and that was legally acquired, and we can go on and on and on. But as of right now, KK or UDA is doing the best they could, and this is what we expect. Vile nimesema, nimerudisha Jakes, wakitushinda 2027, tutakubali na tutanyamaza. Why don't they shut up right now na wakubali ya kwamba UDA imeshinda and it is doing the best it could. Na hii court kukutana is just for everybody to talk. When you talk, you air out your ideas. Some of them will be positive and some of them will be negative. We accept that. Na nimalizie kusema kwamba even Maraga himself, the most trusted man in Kenya, the most loved judicial person in Kenya, had requested to talk to President Ruto, Kenyatta, and Kenyatta refused because he thought that he owned Kenya. Ni kama jabara yetu. No, you serve us. We don't serve you, or we don't. Wacha ni achie hapo ni kusema ya kwamba the president did good and he had everybody that he has to have so that he can talk to the people of the Supreme Court and we'll continue from there. But hii kufuatafuata Ruto ati amefanya hivi, amefanya hivi, amefanya hivi. Why don't you tell us what you will do? Amuna, you don't have any idea of how to rule the country next time. You have the ideas ya kwamba Ruto has done this, has done that. That is not what people. What we are Kenya ingawaji, you can call them anything. They are smarter than we think. Thank you very much.
All right, Bonapen. I think. Sorry. All right. All right. Bwana SG, I don't know if you're back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. You were saying something and equally Penya Gaka amekuchokoza. I hope you heard what he said. But go on with your submissions.
Okay, sikusikia habari ingine. I think kulikuwa na hii mambo ya hitilafu ya mambo, but I think I think we kitu ya kuambiwa sijui KK1 it is good because Ruto kama hangeshinda, najua tungekaa dunia hii tukifikiria yeye ndiye alikuwa engine behind the Uhuru Kenyatta success. Yeah? Would have died thinking he was the engine. Now we know he was not, because you know how he has handled the education sector. Ama sijuliongea juu ya education jana. Tukajua watu constituency, watoto constituency mzima 300,000 kids have not gone to school. Why? Because of a useless government. Tuliongea juu ya G2G, yeah? Petroli ambayo inaenda kuokotwa gas, petroli mbaya sana ya kuosha refinery ndio tunatoa hapa Kenya. Hiyo ime flop, imeharibu dola kabisa. Watu wameumia sana kwa sababu ya commissions. Na ndio sababu unaona Uganda imetupeleka kotini kutustaki, sababu tunawauzia mafuta mbaya ambao ni mbaya na ni expensive. So when you look at that, then it tells you who was the problem in Kenyatta government. It was not the handshake brother, but one Sugoi man who came with a lot of appetite to eat and steal. And therefore his cronies have destroyed this country and we are supporting them. Wacha hii nchi ianguke iende under receivership so that we can build a country that belongs to each and every person. But for me, I don't think I'll take the advice Nyaraka is Nyaraka or what? Telling me that I go and you advise the president on what to do to build a country. No. Let us not advise this regime. Anybody who supports Azimio and the opposition, let us pray that they fail, because that is a very good lesson for the generations to come. Me, I want them to fail and fail flat-footed to a point they cannot even pay debt, so that as a country, we have a lesson for the future generation to tell them what never to do. Never elect thugs again in your history. It is a very good thing that happened that they won, because now we can see their true colors and we can see the true state of a nation. The truth of a nation is the true state of a people, like Sifuna says, and the state of the people now is miserable. And therefore, from where I sit, I think I will teach my children, my children, that you see, when people wake up in the morning and say we are going to vote our VIF, this is what happens to a country. Destruction. So for me, I think I'm praying that we go down as a country, so that we start afresh as a country. Ndio maoni yangu.
And yes, we have gone down, but then again, where does patriotism lie? Because patriotism is where you want the good of your country. It's where you want to see the prosperity of your country. You want to see betterment and the advancement of your country, because we celebrate other nations because they have built their nations. Where is your patriotism? Where would someone ask you, why would you want a nation to fail? Would you wish to see your nation collapse so as to prove a point? Would that be what really satisfies you as a Kenyan, really? Bwana SG?
We love our country. Patriotism is loving your country. And we love our country so bad that we want this country, this government to fail so bad so that we build a country with the right people. That is what we are saying. It's only that you are not getting it. I'm trying to use the simplest English that I got. But the thing is, we love our country, but we hate this regime. Do you get the difference? This is a regime that nobody can love. Because how do you tell us that you're going to be saying you can be a murderer, you can be a thief, you can be a wash, you can steal land, you can be an adulterer, and then succeed? Those are not the principles of our society. Our society don't take somebody's things or wife or anything, and that is what we stand for as a country.
And finally, even as we wrap up, what do you make of Ahmed Nasir being banned from ever appearing before the Supreme Court? And even today, a case was stopped because Ahmed Nasir was active in it. So what do you make of it, actually?
It's okay. Aende huko hata Somalia wanataka judge nini lawyers. You can go to Somalia. Piga huko siasa. So it is what it is, bro.
Hujaichoma hivyo, unaweza chomea msee hivyo
arudi Somalia.
All right, okay, give me your closing remarks, brother.
And thank you so much. It has been a pleasure. We will keep talking, because if we do not keep talking, the thing is, every time we open TV, there are so many lies from the Kenya Kwanza government. So as we are the ground, tutakuwa tunachafua, tunatoa hizo mauongo, tuna expose until the people find it right to see a country that is better for each and every person. Kwa hivyo sisi hatunyamazi, hatutahongwa, na tutasimama imara na kidete na ukweli, na sisi tuko wengi, we are the majority. I can tell you from where I sit from the ground, I have changed so many people's heart. So many people have started realizing, kumbe, I wish I knew. I did with the emotion. So we are happy that they can buy any leader they want, but the ground has changed, and everybody is now feeling the heat of poor leadership and poor governance. Yes.
Kuna mse hapa na kusupport your friend and brother Makiadi. Tanimetumia link hata kama tuko karibu kufanya ile kitu. Makiadi anasema hivi, I think I should project this because I've asked you about patriotism and this is what Makiadi is saying. He says that you cannot talk about patriotism when only a few individuals benefit. Wacha izame. Makiadi anakusupport ya kwamba tuache izame, tutazamua.
Kwa sababu ndugu yangu, kama wewe si shareholder, tuseme wewe umeambiwa wewe si shareholder, unatakia iendelee aje?
Nyagaka, what do you think? Should we let it sink and then tutaizamua baadaye?
No, SJ is saying all the stuff that we all like. I mean, as in KK, tunapenda hiyo unasema hiyo SG. Kwa sababu you have no ideas how to rule the country. You cannot come up with any ideas. Ile unakuja nayo ni what Uda or KK has done. And that's what you are criticizing. I have my nephews in the mountain. Mimi nawauliza, wanasema uncle, hii mtu Kenyatta anatuletea atatufanyia nini? Aje tuambie kile atafanya. And you cannot always go around somebody's behind and saying how totally bad they are without saying how good you will be. What are your ideas? Hakuna hao wote kina Makiadi, kina SG wanazungumza everything negative about this president. Few unasikia huyu anasema when they want to knock it out, they want to kick it, they want to, to say that it was not Kenyatta who destroyed the country, it was Ruto who destroyed the country. My friend, you can keep waiting and keep talking like that because you don't have any ideas of how you will solve the Kenya's problems, how you will do anything for the Kenyans, for a democracy. It's a competition of ideas. You don't have any ideas. Yako ni kusema vile huyu amefanya mbaya, hujasema hilo utafanya mzuri. That's the problem we have. Na hiyo tunapenda. We don't care. We like it. Just keep talking like that. And you will see that the Kenyan people understand. Ukitoka kwa mountain, ukitoka wapi, people understand what is. Raila has sold this forever. He ruled Kenya from 2018 to 2022 with Kenyatta. What did they do? They went borrowing money. They went doing all kinds of stuff. Na huyu mtu ya shares anasema when they got there was nothing. Even panya walikuwa wametoroka. Hapo tunakubaliana. Lakini if you cannot give us ideas how to positively change my life, ni kusema ati James amefanya mbaya, James amefanya mbaya. What are you to offer? Hata ukisingiza SG vile anasema, he has not said anything to do with the future of the country and how they will rule the country better than what it is happening right now. I have a lot of friends in ODM. Now wananiambia, if we give you our ideas, then you will copy us. No, we have all our ideas. Hiyo manyumba tunachenga, ile hospitali tunafanya, hiyo maparapara tunafanya. We accept that. Not necessarily that we have been paid by Ruto. And a lot of people accuse me that you are paid all ya Ruto. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. His ideas. Yes, wote nimalize ya kusema. Well, let me finish with this. The bottom-up economics. And Ruto explained it very well. Kuchenga hizi nyumba. There is somebody who is putting together the hii mabati. There is somebody who is building hii majumba ya kuchenga nyumba. There is somebody who is transporting them. There is somebody who is building it. There is somebody who is wiring it. That's the bottom-up economics. When you have more jobs at the bottom and then tax those jobs, you raise the country's economy. And that's exactly what they have done. It's not necessarily us doing it. We are borrowing it from somewhere. The Koreans did this. They work with us. Some of us were young, they work with us. So, yangu ni kusema ya kwamba SG, very clearly state what you will do. And we will not copy your stuff. We will not. Because we have ours, and that's why you have gone to court to bribe those people in the court so that they can rule for you. Thank you, Mushmil.
Right. I see I'm joined by sorry. I see I've been joined by two gentlemen who have raised very interesting sentiments hapo kwa comment section. Richard was the first one to raise a very interesting sentiment and then followed by Makiadi. Before I bring in Makiadi mwenye amesema tuache izame tutazamua baadaye. Allow me to begin with the Richards. The Richards, there's something you have posted. One, you're talking about if we were to form a commission of inquiry to discuss state capture. One of the person we equally ought to look into, this is what you had posted, is none other than the president himself. You say that you find another mad young man drunk with power talking of forming commission on state capture. He should ensure Ruto's name is on that list of those who to be investigated by his purported commission. Now, Bwana Richard, if I may ask you, what really inspired your argument that the president equally needs to form the list ya wale ambao watakuwa investigated on state capture? Richard?
Thank you very much, the host. I hope you're hearing me. You get me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so very much. First and foremost, I want to appreciate for the opportunity. I actually got excited, and it's like, let me come in live so that I may be able to possibly, if I get an opportunity to air my sentiments here. Thanks for Muteme TV. I think it is Muteme TV.
Yeah.
Now, number one, when I use the term young people or young leaders drunk with power, this goes a long way. That every time we are having young parliamentarians, when people come to parliament, always they're the ones who are fronted to look like they are actually fighting something, but they're being used by the other gentlemen or ladies behind. They only fight wars they are not knowing exactly how it begins. If you talk about corruption in this country, we are talking about something that nobody cannot describe the tail or the head. You don't know where it is coming from. You don't know where it is going to. Today in Kenya, if somebody will ask you, what is the best business that will make you millions? Somebody will never tell you what that business is. But I can tell you for sure, the business that is very highly lucrative and you can never know how to get into it unless you are in it. It's called brokerage. If you become a broker, you will become the best businessman or business lady. And that business is not easy to die. Now, these people who are involved are the same people who have the trappings of power. They know what to sell and what to buy. And you will never find them because they know how to do it so smartly. They know how to get away with it. They leave no traces behind. They're very clever on what they do. And that's why I'm telling you that I agree with this topic that Ruto has finally captured all arms of government. And trust you me, just like the saying goes, imeenda. You shall hear that, imeenda. No, let us not lie to each other, brothers and sisters. We are all Kenyans. Lakini ukweli hii Ruto is not your ordinary politician. Ruto has been here since more time, the YK 92, right from the university. He has studied the politics of this country so cleverly. He knows who Raila is. He has worked with them. He knows all these other politicians. He has dealing with Uhuru. Actually, Uhuru is like a small baby to him with politics. I'm telling you, Ruto knows more politics than even Uhuru. You might even say Uhuru was actually riding on the back behind Ruto when it comes to political moments. Ruto is a big wig in this thing. Why am I saying Ruto should be investigated? Because he's part of the same cartels. The same group we are calling that they should be investigated. The state capture. They are part of the same thing. But of course now they are using people like Lili Nyoro, they use this young man Ichungwa because they don't understand the nitty-gritties of everything. So they can shout, they can talk, they can form commissions. Tell me today, which commission that has ever been formed in Kenya that brought a real conviction that we have real evidence? Nothing. We've had commissions upon commissions upon commissions, land commissions. They have been all there. But the reports come, they are put behind. And the story goes on and on. Today people talk about the police. For those people who do not know the work of the police, they may shout, a policeman serves whoever is in power. They will never change and do this because you are called by the name from their tribe. That's none of their business. They're there to earn money. Everybody is there to protect the interests and that one to earn the bread for their family. Full stop. That's the end of the business. Even if you are the closest neighbor or his brother, if you are against the government of the day, this guy will tear gas you. They will not care. Or he will simply hide behind and let his colleague tear gas you. And then tomorrow he'll tell you, oh bro, I was not around. Because why? That is how the system works. Today, it is Ruto. Whichever means he got here, he's the one in power.
and you've got to accept it. Yeah, I never voted for them. I voted for the other guys, the Azimio. But I'm telling you, these guys outmaneuvered them. Even if it is told today that Uhuru was with Ruto, was just playing the public display and like they are fighting, whichever it is, that was the engineering of the whole thing. Is Ruto. He knows how to play with the minds of other guys. Why am I saying this? Because these guys are stayed with these guys, all of them. And he knows how gullible the heart of Raila is. Raila is easy to convince. That's why he's called Baba. He has the heart of a father. Easily forgives people, easily trusts, and you know, for the whole of the group around him, once Raila says it's okay, they all follow. So Ruto had already known the character of Raila, in as much as he may look disgusted and furious about something when he is angry. But once you talk to him, the guy will forgive and continue. Today, we have Ruto. What we should be talking about is how do we get out of here? Because it doesn't matter the shenanigans and the stories they say about what is going on today. Everybody in the government, the former governments, they are all victims of the same thing, corruption. And that's why you see nobody can mention another one. Bunch of the same fellas. These guys are only changing trees from one bush to the next. But if you really say, let us now hit the corruption on the head, you'll hit all of them. And nobody will accept to let their money go. Nobody will accept to let their wealth go. But they will try actually to let small fish here and there suffer a little bit like that, so it may seem like there's corruption being fought. I want us to focus on one thing. How do we help each other to get out of where we are right now? The economy is so bad. Trust you me. Even those who are outside the country, the economy is so bad. For me personally, I'm out of the country. I saw what was going on. I just said, "More, let me move." But I'm telling you, the little that I send out there for my family is not catching up to do anything very important. Because 1,000 shillings today has become like you're using even 200 shillings. It's no longer valuable. It is hurting everybody, even from the farmer to everybody. What do we do? We need to stop politicking. Ruto knows how to politic. He can politic for the next 7 years. If you bring gear 1, he'll go to gear 5. He knows how to do that. And right now, that is what's happening. As Mio guys are politicking, this guy has also entered into another realm of politics. What's going to happen? They usually say, nyazi ndio inaumia. Mwananchi ataumia zaidi kaka zangu. Na tunahitaji kuelewa kwamba mambo haya hayaelekei vizuri. Kwa hivyo wote tunahitaji ku tone down. I'm not so happy about the media. Sometimes the media, and maybe we may not blame the media so much because most of the people who are in the media today, they are bloggers, personal bloggers, and they're here for business. You will see funny headlines here and there. What you are reading is not the truth. It's not what is going on. Now, what we need to do, we need to analyze the reality. We have to understand that actually the things that is happening out there, the country is not in the right direction. Things are happening are not the right things that should be happening to Kenyans. We have seen the suffering out of the flooding that has taken place. People are suffering. There's no food. Others are cut off the other side of the country. Now there's a lot of work to be done. Repairing the roads, building new roads. It simply means the project that was supposed to be done has to stall first. First of all, to try and recapitulate what is already destroyed. Because if the country has no infrastructure, you are going nowhere. All of us are stranded. So I think politics aside, if this guy can do whatever he says he can do, he still have time. Yeah, he still have 3.5 years to do. Already over 1 year is already gone. He has strong 3.5 years to prove himself. I think he should stop being distracted by the opposition. They are doing their work. They need to criticize him. Of course, that's what they need to do. The rest of the guys, what they need to do as a government, as these guys criticize them, they need to get and catch the bull by its horn. They need to work seriously. Take advantage of the criticism, use it positively. You don't need to, when they're giving you this kind of a criticism, you also look for a way to criticize, fighting each other negatively to not get anything healthy for the country. They need to use every word that comes as a criticism to use it. Sit down, interrogate themselves, what is it we can do better? Sometimes I may not like it, maybe the way Ruto puts it, but you can't blame him, he's a politician. Let them come and tell us what we need to do. No, they cannot come and tell you what to do because they're also fighting for their own. They tell you what they would have done better if they would have been in power. What they just need to do as a government is sit down, they have heard, they have analyzed. Is it what they're saying? Is it sensible? Can it work? You may give it a different name, but actually you are using the idea, what they are putting on the social media. What is important is to make sure you are bringing up your ideas and they are bringing value to the lives of the common Kenyans. It is important, even if they cannot deliver 2/3 of their manifesto, even if it's just a half, it is important as they forge for the next elections. I think that will be very, very imperative as we head towards almost in the half of his term. Because this year is going to be moving very fast. Before you know it, will be almost in April. Yeah. Thank you so very much.
Wow, the Richards, asante sana. I would have asked you a question, but I will, if you stick around. Allow me to equally have... Yeah. Thank you so much. I love your sentiments. I have Rich Matkiadi. Richie, there's something umesema tuache izame tutazamua baadaye. Why do you say that? And as much as I'm asking you that, is because patriotism calls us to love our country, but mahali imefika unasema tuache kwanza izame tutazamua baadaye. Yes, Makiadi, how are you?
Salama sana ndugu yangu Jex. Can you hear me?
Yeah, great to have you. I hope uko sawa. Una sound uko na mafua kama mimi.
Niko salama. Asante sana.
All right.
Let me say hi to all of you. I can see Benson there.
Okay.
Ben Nyagaka, I think SG has dropped, and my brother, the Richards. Let me start by answering what commenting on a statement that my brother here made, the Richards. The Richard is saying that William Ruto has 3.5 years, of which, if he wants to make good use of that time, he can do something for our nation. My brother, let me tell you something here. The country is broke. William Ruto has exhausted all means possible of raising revenue. KRA is not hitting the targets because people have been overtaxed. And the problem is, like I always say here, if you overtax people, they will always find a way to escape the dragnet, So Kenyans have found ways that they can escape paying taxes, and they are doing it so successfully that for the first time, KRA is saying that it is not going to hit the target. It is going to raise revenue, but they are projecting that there will be 300 billion Kenyan shillings short of their target. So I want to ask you here today, if this KK government had an idea of how they were supposed to be doing their job, why are they struggling? Penyagaka, you said here very well that patriotism, I love that word patriotism. Patriotism is subjective. Patriotism cannot be patriotism when we as Kenyans want to have a better country which only benefits a few people, a few individuals. If the majority of the people are suffering, and what we are seeing is the politically connected individuals, the so-called politically correct individuals are the ones who are enjoying. You go to Mombasa Road, you will see choppers being imported every day. Enda uangalie, zinapelekwa Wilson kila siku. 300 million politicians are buying choppers every day. While Kenyans cannot even be able to fend for themselves, they cannot buy food, they cannot even, afford healthcare, they cannot take their children to school. So why are we talking about patriotism? Patriotism is not to support a nation whereby you suffer while the others are living large. That is not patriotism. So we will not support a government which makes sure that the common mwananchi that they rode on to power is suffering while they eat good. Jakes, if you want to parade that picture again of the previous meeting. If you can, post that picture, the one that they took in front of State House, the new doors, I can see renovation inaendelea vizuri kabisa. The renovation that is taking place in State House had to wait until the crisis that was artificially concocted by William Ruto. Yeah, the artificial crisis that was concocted by William Ruto, to be sorted out. These people, you look at the people that are attending that meeting, and I read some blog somewhere, and I agreed with that blog. The person who is on the left, if you post that picture here, you'll see the person who is on the left there is the AG. The AG is somebody who was fired from the judiciary because of corruption. The next person to that AG is called Waigoro. Waigoro, we all know the story of Waigoro. And people don't forget, and they say internet doesn't forget. People started posting pictures, videos of William Ruto, saying that Waigoro is the most corrupt politician in the Republic of Kenya. Now you want to tell me that all of a sudden, Waigoro has become a person who is supposed to be fighting corruption in our country. We have to stop these mind games that we are playing with Kenyans every day. William Ruto himself, Wetangula ndio ni mtu wa kuuza dhahabu, kila mtu anajua. He cannot even go to the inaitwa UAE. Akipanda ndege tu saa hii jamaa hatutakuwa na speaker corrupt. Kuanzia kwa Ruto, who Penyagaka is here, so adamantly defending, saying here that the land ya Langata primary alipewa na Moi. What evidence do you have? If the case KCAA, Kenya Civil Authority, Aviation Authority, is saying that that land was grabbed from them and they took Ruto to court, wewe unatuambia Moi mgani alipatia Ruto shamba? Kwani shamba ni mkate, unaamka asubuhi unakatia mtu unamwambia chukua without papers? Please, let us be serious here. William Ruto is corrupt. He has been proven to be corrupt. And there is no way, there's no time we are going to support him. We people who did not support him will never support him, because politics is about interest. We have no obligation whatsoever. We have no obligation whatsoever of supporting William Ruto. In fact, what we are saying is this: William Ruto deserves to go under. And the CSG came here earlier and said that from the way things are looking, William Ruto is proving out to be the person who was I'm looking for the best word in Uhuru Kenyatta's government. He was the person. He was not what he propelled himself to be, or what he made us believe he is. He was the person who was bringing that government down. I agree. And you look at the way they are doing things right now. We were told that the G2G was supposed to bring the dollar to 120. I don't know how they arrived at those numbers. Look at where the dollar is trading at right now. And you want to tell me that these people are the people who are going to change the lives of Kenyans in the next few months or next few years? I don't believe so. My brother Jakes, the judiciary, the judiciary has decided to rubber stamp William Ruto's pet projects. And I think that's a good idea. I support everybody that says give Ruto what Ruto wants, so that after the 5 years, we know he can campaign. And my brother Richard has said here, I agree. Ruto can campaign. He can spend all his energy on the rooftops of vehicles, campaigning. And that is what he's going to do. If we do not allow him, mpatie hiyo kitu yenye anataka. Kama anataka SHIF, mpatie yeye. Kama anataka housing levy, patia yeye. Wacha ajenge hizo nyumba, alafu hizo nyumba zikiisha. Penyagaka, you should be telling us, hizi nyumba wakati zitajengwa ziishe, kazi itakuwa imeisha, ama watu watafanya kazi gani? Because you guys make it sound like without the housing project, there's nothing that will go on in Kenya. So hizi nyumba zitajengwa miaka ngapi? I'm very sure people want to buy these houses, people want to live in these houses. So build the houses, ziishe. Alafu tuone ni nini ingine ambayo mtatumia kama excuse ya kwamba imezuia project ya serikali kuendelea. These are things that are just temporary. You will not build these houses for 10 years. If for any chance you prolong these projects, it will be to the detriment of the government. So wacha wajengewe nyumba zao, hizo nyumba ziishi, alafu tuone sasa mahali ulikuwa unasema mnatupatia kazi 1,000,000 kila mwaka, mahali hizo kazi zitatoka. You have already surrendered to fate, because if you tell us that you can only employ 120,000 people in these buildings, then where are the rest of the young men going to? The university is chucking out 1 million graduates every year, roughly 1 million. Where are these people going to? These people hawatakuja kutafuta mahali wanakuja kukoroga simiti and all that. They need jobs that can, take care of them for the next many years. They need to raise families. So don't try to give us temporary solutions for permanent problems. Ile kitu mnakuja kutuambia hapa is just kitu inaitwa sugarcoating, because there is a permanent problem in the Republic of Kenya right now, and that is unemployment. That is a huge thing. It's a huge deal. And unemployment cannot be healed or cannot be cured by the housing project. Tafadhali, let us agree. This is a joke and this is not going where. As I finish, Jake, why are we seeing all of a sudden that politicians in Mount Kenya are fighting each other? We had this discussion, I think, last time, and we said here, we should be asking ourselves who is going to benefit from this infighting between Gachagua and all the rest. I think if you look at this, if you analyze this thing critically, you'll understand that there's only one person who is supposed to benefit, and it is not Raila Odinga. It is not Uhuru Kenyatta. As much as we want to, side with the young Turks who feel like Gachagua is an embarrassment to the nation, of which most of us have, opined here many times, that Gachagua was not the person to be the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya by any means. So I want to say here, as much as we want to side with the likes of Ndindi Nyoro ya kwamba Gachagua is an embarrassment, you also ask yourself, ni kwa nini all of a sudden 1.5 years wameanza kupigana, wanataka kuchagua kingpin mwingine? And I think there's somebody who is an insider who is causing this commotion and confusion, so that we can look for another scapegoat. William Ruto is always planning ahead. And right now, if the judiciary has decided to rubber stamp, and now whatever they were calling the government projects are going on, then they have to look for another excuse that will be an excuse used as a blame for them not performing. And we are going to see a scenario like the one that we saw between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. It's the same scenario that is going to replicate in Mount Kenya, whereby a deputy president is distracted with the, local wars, local village politics, and then that is taken as an excuse of him fighting back the government. Because I'm very sure if worst comes to the worst and Gachagua is pushed to the wall, he will definitely react. And will react by, if he knows that the guy called William Ruto is sponsoring this young politicians here to fight him, he will definitely react. And then we have another replica for 10 years or 5 years. In the next 5 years, we have a replica of what happened between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. We have two principles in a government that is disorganized. People are fighting each other. And that will be the politics that will be played for the next the remaining 3.5 years. And then when it comes now to election, we have somebody called a boogeyman in Gachagua, blaming him for not supporting the government project. We are heading there. I can see it from far. Tafadhali, Jakes, you will come to prove me wrong later. Asante.
And equally, I would wish to invite you to tomorrow's discussion, tomorrow morning at 9. I'm sure it will be around 11 US time. That's what will inform our discussion tomorrow morning. I want to seriously look at that matter. Why is it kukona hiyo in-house fighting in Mount Kenya? We are seeing conversations coming in. Kindiki, his name has been mentioned. I heard the other day, I think yesterday, someone equally bringing in the name of one Waiguru to the conversation, and equally Dende Nyoro. So it's an interesting conversation that is happening, and we will be looking at that in the morning. And I know we will have a great time tomorrow morning, even as we look at our newspapers. All right. Now, there's another good friend of mine, Anajita BBM, Brother Benson, all the way from very far. Tomorrow, he has an interesting show, actually, today in Kenyan time. He has an interesting show. I personally try to be in. He's hosting one Willis the lawyer, the picky ponky guy. Where
Yes, Jake.
you don't want to miss that one. So kindly kimbia hapo BBM kesho. I think it's 8:30 African time.
Yes, it is. Hopefully he will show up, but from all indication, we've been communicating, so he has been responding so well. So tomorrow it will be okay for me. And I owe you something. I told you to call me so I can tell you on how we maneuver this. You don't want to call me. You know.
Tutapangana. Nilijaribu kuzungumzia mchana nikaona umeshikika. We will find a way probably after this. We'll definitely have a communication.
Okay, just communicate to me through inbox. Then we can find a way of maneuvering this. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't even want to contribute. And Makiadi ameongea, nimepata kama Richard is talking. Though Pen Nyagaka nasikia sikupata anaongea kwa sababu ndo nimetoka kazini hivi nikaingia haraka. Yeah. But generally, Makiadi spoke about patriotism, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, you can only be patriotic to a country if that country does favor to you. You can only be proud if your country is doing something that even respecting the human dignity, you know. There's so many incidences that we can point out. I'd already said it, and I'm still now repeating it, you know. There are things that you cannot play with. Matters to do with education, you know. You can take them so seriously. And if the country is not taking them, such matters so seriously, how can you be patriotic? For instance, I'm talking of a school in Migori whereby everybody scored a D in a school. It tells you like these people having like the same IQ, the way they think. Yeah. How can that one happen? You have to get in a class, even if everybody gets a D, you can get somebody get a D, somebody get a D plus, somebody gets this and this. And that one will tell you like there's that graph curve that you can gauge and know like how we are performing, because this student, they are being graded each and every day. Yeah. So it comes and everybody get a D's, you know, it raises issue. Yeah. So that is there. Then when you come again to matter of patriotic and about the housing levy, I was just asking somebody the same this. For instance, in Nakuru, I don't know whether you're aware, the 2-bedroom was going for 3.1 something.
Yeah.
I think the 2-bedroom was going for 3.1. The 3-bedroom was going for 4 point something. These are being sold at the market value. My question is, if to say today I have 3.2 million and I pay it upfront, will I be still paying the house levy yet because I have the house?
Interesting question.
I don't know if somebody can answer me that, because the main vision for it is like we should own a house, right? But I'm blessed to can buy that house as 3.1 upfront at the market value. So my question is, since I have a house, affordable housing that has been provided by the government, and I'm still working, is the money still going to be taken out of my payslip to get affordable housing because I've already paid? That's another question. Secondly, because if I buy that house, will the government provide me with the title deed so that I can own it? So that's another question, because if you don't get the title for that house, then You don't own it. Another typical example, it is always the responsibility of the government to provide housing. And Makiadi, I think, will agree with me. If I'm wrong, he might say. There's a places where I stay. There's a place called Section 8. The Section 8 is, these are houses for the government. And when you go to live there, they might look at the kind of money you are earning. Yeah. There's some places that the affordable housing, you cannot live there based on your annual income. They will look at what are you earning. Yeah. If your earning is above what they expect, they cannot allow you to be there. But if you have a lower earning, they will put you in those houses. So which means you will be paying money. So the money you pay, that's how the government raises the revenue. Yeah. But they don't tax you. You cannot raise revenue through taxing the people who are paying the houses. You raise revenue by building these houses, and people stay in those houses and they give you money. So the houses belongs to the government, and people will be moving in and government collect revenue from there. So the affordable housing was a very good idea, but the implementation was very wrong.
All right.
Look at the population that we have. Because like the idea is by after 10 years, everybody shall be owning a house. How about my mom? Will my mom in the village own a house? Because that is the essence of it. Like everybody should own affordable housing. Because my mom does not work. Because everybody, it doesn't matter whether you're working or you're not working. The end goal is for you to own a house. How will my mom and my brother who is not working will own these houses? So that's some of the questions. If this can be answered, then I will be at peace with myself. So those are the things that sometimes can make you not to be patriotic, because it doesn't add up when you ask logic things, it doesn't add up to me. Yeah.
All right. Now I'll be coming to you kidogo tu, nikubalie nianze na Bwana The Richards, ndio nilikuwa nimemweka pending na swali, na anasema vitu kadhaa hapa kwa comment section. The first thing anasema is kwamba that's why I said if corruption was to be investigated, Ruto should be on the list because he heads the corrupt government. All people have corruption scandals all over. Hapo chini ameendelea na kusema that there is no fighting in Mount Kenya. It's Ruto's strategy, number one, to divert attention. Number two, to weaken Rigiji because he knows he himself better a strong deputy with a big problem for him come 2027 should he decide otherwise. For his politics is about it's about interest. Now Bwana Richard, Richie is Makiadi. The Richards, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
When you look at the fights of which we will look at this in the morning properly, the fights happening in Mount Kenya, the confrontation between Rigiji, Bwana Nyoro, and now they are brought in Kindiki, but Kindiki seems not to be willing to participate in the same. You call it a divisory tactic of attention. You call it's equally a means to weaken Rigiji. What informs your argument, Bwana Richards?
Thank you so very much, my brother. One thing I want to actually appreciate the people who have been on the floor. Thank you so very much, my brother, even also bringing in the questions. Wanting to know exactly if you paid money to the government and getting a house at such a value, would they be able to give you a title deed and all that? I think it's a nice question, but then maybe we are not the right people to answer him. Maybe one time you bring in the guys in the government to be able to give him the answers. Yeah, that's good. That's a good question. Coming back to what you have just asked me right now, directing me back to the question, to the my statements rather. Looking at what is happening, That's what politics really is. And for people who understand, there is politics in studying politics, but there is politics in application. You might rather find it very unique and different. And this is what Ruto has done all his life. If you look at Ruto, he studied science. Studying something like that is important. But look at what he's doing. He's a smart and sharp politician than those who studied political science. Why? Because this is something he has taken time to go through practically, walk the walk with the real politicians, walk along people like along with the people like Orengo, understand the law. He's not even a lawyer himself, but the guy, he uses guys who understand law to actually train and get to what he wants and get it fully. That's what Ruto knows. Now today, he has been a deputy president, and he schemed a very little and very crafty way on how to go around and become a thorn in the flesh of one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And that is what he became. Knowing the same. That's why I use the sentiment that he has been in the same capacity. He cannot allow, under no circumstance, Gachagua to become the darling of the people. He cannot allow that. But you do it cleverly. Part of the ways on how to do it, that's what he's doing right now. You instigate fights in the camp, in the supposed camp of the other guy. So that he's spending most of his time going to actually pour water on the already seen fire to be burning the houses around. Now he's actually given Gachagua time to go and put off the fire in the mountain. Every time, that's what Gachagua will be doing. Tafadhali tuache kupigana. Tafadhali wacha namna hii. Tafadhali tuangalie government. But he himself is already a diversion tactic. And as Gachagua will be busy fighting his own in-house problem called the mountain, the more he will be courting a lot of enemies, a lot of anger, a lot of sentiments. His own people will hate him. Why? Because they will dust him. Wewe ulituambia bei ya majani na kahawa itarudi chini. Sasa huko tu hapa kwa vita ya huyu unapiga joro, ulinyarwa na kupiga. That is how Ruto is very clever and very crafted how he's going to make Gachagua do that. Actually, the more is coming. That's just but the icing on the tip, the tip of the icing. The more is yet to come. You will see a lot of seeming fights. Actually, they are not real fights. It's just something that he comes up with. And it looks like it is a fight. That is what really politics is. Can I tell you something? It is a part of it that he has started carefully. Right now is what even he's doing to the Azimio, if at all this Azimio is still there. Or rather, I'm seeing right now people going back to their groupings in the name of now every party is going to the grassroots, preparing for the grassroots elections, which is a good thing. They all need to retreat and all that. But I'm just like, in my mind, having understood the politics of this country, I'm wondering whether this thing, the so-called Azimio will come back. These people are going to disintegrate and every party is going to go back to its own party and all that. Because looking at Azimio the way it has been constituted in the last year election, part of the people in the Azimio were actually on William Ruto's camp. They were on his payroll. And they were there to ensure that Raila maintains a certain trajectory and he remains like that until the last minute. Of course, not discrediting the man Raila. Ruto understands how little Raila is. And if he could not play the game the way he played, he would not have made it. Raila would be the president today. But this guy understood who is Raila. How do I make, even if I can just get little few votes, like even if it's just like the 200,000 that he made it with, this is how I can make it. Because this guy is no nonsense when it comes to politics. The guy knows how to pull masses. The guy knows how to get the votes. But how do you know? How do you get the votes out of him? Make sure you use the people close to him to get to understand what is it that he's using, so that you use the same to actually fight against him. And number two, he ensured that actually he infiltrates his camp through all means. Look at what happened in Mount Kenya all of a sudden when actually voting is going on, and from nowhere, Azimio has no returning officers, has got no agents on the ground in Mount Kenya. From where? When actually the Uhuru Kenyatta himself, the sitting president, is in charge. What happened? Because there are people who are already on Ruto's payroll. The guy is clever. In Kenya, the politics of Kenya is surrounded around money. All these guys talking here, they're talking good things, they're talking in terms of seeing Kenya going forward, in terms of development and all that. I tell Kenyans are wonderful people. All over globally, people celebrate Kenya. They're brilliant in mind. Forget about this charade going on about people getting this and all that. That's some funny thing somebody is trying to create somewhere. It's an education thing and should actually be looked into. Somebody needs to stop that kind of nonsense. It's not good. Kenyans are not that dumb. They are very clever people. They understand what should be done. They understand how the country, they understand actually what should be done in this country to make a better country. But looking at what is going on globally as a country, we need to understand that we need to put Kenya back on the map. Things are not actually headed in the right direction. Because today, we will politics, we may look at money. Money is there, is a factor. Even in the coming elections, money will be there. And whether Raila will be there or not, another politician coming to go on against Ruto, if you don't use money in Kenyan politics, Ruto will beat you flat-foot. Right now, what these guys are doing, they are amassing so much money. That's what somebody is talking about. They are buying choppers. Where are they getting money? Because there's money here. These guys are preparing for 2027 actually. And they will beat the opposition with that food. Ruto might actually get even over 80% of the votes. People might be surprised. Even today, he's the most, and is a guy actually nobody likes. Kenyans, if you ask them, maybe 7 out of 10, they will say, we don't need this government. But who are Kenyans? Wait and see when the political moment comes. If these guys will be destroyed with some good money, they will see succeeding the same guy. Why am I saying this? Because Kenya has never been known to be a country that sheds blood. Kenya doesn't shed blood. Kenya is a peace-loving country. And that's why you see all over the country, in the greetings, to say hi in almost every language, it means peace be with you. Even when you say it in Kalenjin, you will see the meaning of saying good morning is like saying peace be with you. In Kikuyu, the same. You go to Luya, they say Murembe. Means peace. So it's something that is enshrined in the lives of Kenyans. It is about peace. They don't like fighting. And they can talk all these things. Everybody might become angry. But when it comes to the real deal, they'll say, wacha kaende, hakuna haja, kitu ya muhimu ni amani. Na sasa amani hii tunapokuwa nayo, tufikirie vizuri. Miaka 20 zinazokuja, you and me, unajua sisi mimi na wewe miaka 20 inayokuja brother tutakuwa wazee. We'll not be able to be on this platform right now. Tutakuwa sisi ndio wazee vijijini. So if kama pengine hatutakuwa tumejoin group ya kuimba in quotes, hata pia sisi tuko nazo, maybe tutakuwa tunakaribia kukufa. No, that's the reality. Kama hatakuwa tumejipanga wakati huo, maana wajamaa wanajipanga. That's the reality. Sasa wajamaa wanajipanga, machopa zinazuzuliwa. Wakijua kikiumana ako na kitu, akifukuzwa kwa serikali ako na kitu. Kama hata fukuzwa tena afekte tena aruke kwa mtu mwingine aje kwa serikali nyingine, whether itakuwa ya watu wenye wako kwa position sahihi tena ajipate, because wanajioshanga tena mna hivyo. Wanaruka kwa hii, wanaingia kwa ile nyingine. Right now, somebody said here, Waiguru was alizungumziwa na Ruto mwenyewe akasema huyu ni mama corrupt sana. Saa hizi ndio gavana yake mzuri sana hapo karibu. Just the same. So what do? We need to better our game. Sisi ambao hatuko kwa serikali, sisi ambao ni wananchi, we need to learn to do our own things and make our lives better outside the government. Hii vitu ambao serikali inazungumzia kuhusu watu wa kujengea manyumba, it's not actually the term mama mboga inatumiwa, but the target of the government is actually government civil servants. Nani anaweza katwa mshahara? Ni mtu mmoja kwa payslip ya serikali. Sasa mama mboga atamkata mshahara wapi? Na mtu anangangana na mboga zake huko chini. So this is actually a conversation that we should not even engage in. Mambo ya manyumba ya Ruto ni mambo yake ya civil servants. Wacha wakati huko pesa walipalie huko. Those who be actually in civil service wakiwa hapa ndio wanafaa kulalamika kuhusu hiyo. Wewe tafuta yako, mimi nitafuta yangu, tujenge zetu. Mtu akiweka zake huko na sisi pia tunajenga zingine tukisaidia wengine wakipata kazi kidogo. Otherwise we pray that there should be peace. Mambo haya yote yanaendelea. We love our country as we do all this politics. Hakuna mahali tutaenda. Kenya is the best place to be. Some of us are outside here. Nchi ziko mbaya sana. Ni pesa tunatafuta lakini maisha si ati ni nchi mzuri sana. Climate ikibadilika inaendaga to the worst. Kukiwa hot is the hottest. Kukiwa cold is the coldest. Tunaenda mpaka negative almost 20 something. Unaweka blanket kama 4-5 na unasikia baridi. It is too much. So what do you say? Kenya is the best place to be. That's why unaona hata wazungu wakikuja wanataka kukwama Kenya. Wanasema this is a good place to be. Let's all unite and accept that actually if anybody wants to fight for corruption, tumuunge mkono tuseme a fight. Haimaanishi kwamba tumeingia kwa serikali yake. Let's watch and see. Kweli ata fight. Kama anashindwa kufight, we all cry to the rooftop tunasema atoke. Mwingine aingie mwenye anaweza pigana na hii vita. And as we go, knowing one time, kuna kitu ninaamini katika mawazo yangu. One time kuna mtu atakuja maybe akionekana tu kama huyo. Lakini huyo mtu atakuwa na nia nzuri sana. Na hiyo nia haitaonekana. Akiingia pale will be the next Magufuli. That time will come. Maybe it could be the next time. Let us be hopeful. There is a better Kenya tomorrow. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much, Richie. Umeiweka vizuri sana, singeiweka hivyo. Richie, I don't know wewe kama utakuwa ushaanza kuingia kwa choir in 20 years time, but there is this other question now of which I like what the Richards have said. When all is said and done, the meeting yesterday, and you have rightfully called out the people who were in the meeting, the fight about corruption. Did we have to have that meeting? Do we have to have a commission or a team that looks into it and then in 30 days give a report? Is that how we fight corruption in the first place?
You know, Jakes. Yes, Jakes. I want to tell you here. In the first place, I believe, and I started by saying here, we had no crisis. That's one thing we should agree. We had no crisis. There was no crisis. There was nothing that would have, made sure that everything stops in the country. The president is all over campaigning and everything just to make sure that he creates a crisis, and all of a sudden Kenyans are distracted. When the government is doing other things behind our backs. Now we have what I would call, a cooked crisis that necessitates the president and the chief justice and the speakers of whatever, the House and Senate, or now you are Senate, to sit down. So in the beginning, we did not have a crisis. Now, this thing, mimi nilikuwa najiuliza namna hii. Niliona bibi ya Ruto na Chief Justice kanisa pamoja. And kwa nisema kila mahali namna hii. Even for optics purposes, if at all kuna vita katikati ya judiciary na executive, even for optics, hawa watu haungewaona pamoja. Just for optics. So, hii ni mchezo tulikuwa tunachezewa. And this game ilipikwa muda mrefu sana. Ndio finally umekuja umeona what has culminated here. Let's ask ourselves. Was 25 judges, appointment of 25, sijui 15 judges were Supreme Court, alafu 10, sijui 11 were High Court or whatever. Was it part of the discussion that was supposed to be, the negotiation between the executive and the judiciary? Was Carlon's, or whatever they call it, part of the negotiation that Martha Koome was supposed to have with William Ruto? Was that part of the discussion that William Ruto was talking about? No. So they have played with us. And the funny thing is, Sisi, we don't see beyond what these politicians see. Tumechezewa hapa akili for some time, tumeambiwa there's a crisis, that is why the government cannot function, and everybody is now talking about why the judiciary is a failure in the Republic of Kenya. Yet many of us know very well that the judiciary has been something else since time immemorial. You know, there have been people in the who have come in as a CJ and tried to reform the judiciary, but there are still elements in there that cannot be reformed. The big question is, the discussion that was there between Ruto, did it touch on anything that Ruto was complaining about? My answer is no. And we can see now that out of the deliberations that they had, we are told that there was an agreement that, you know, each arm of government will come up with, I don't know, proposal or resolutions in 1 month time, which means there was no crisis in the beginning. If the crisis was too dire, then why are we even being told that there's another month that has been added to the discussion time frame so that these things can be sorted out? Kenyans, we should stop kuchezewa na hawa watu. The thing that William Ruto wanted is to make sure that when he comes out and stamps his authority, nobody will be able to question. And you see, for optics purposes, when the CJ goes there, State House, sits down, and then comes out later and takes pictures, you know, standing next to the person who was bashing you for the past couple of weeks, saying that you are the most corrupt arm of government, saying that judges have been bribed to rule in favor of corrupt people. And then you stand next to that person and take pictures. Then you are also demoralizing your team. You know, what does it make that judge who who is supposed to preside over a case that touches on the operations of the government, or maybe projects that are coming from the government? Wonder, how do they feel when they see you as the CJ standing with the person who is bashing them? How do they feel? These people are demoralized. The next thing they will do is they'll be intimidated, because we know very well that promotion, judges want to be promoted. Judges want to work in a space and an environment where they feel comfortable. These are the things that happened in the previous regime, whereby we saw the judges that were performing, the likes of Odunga and you know, the rest, being transferred to other regions, whereby ni kama wanatolewa mahali kesi zinafailiwanga, wanaenda kutupwa huko mashambani, kwa sababu wanaonekana every ruling that they make is not favoring the government. So the CJ standing next to William Ruto is telling his judges, is telling her judges that, hey, look, we already have been given what we were demanding, and hiyo ni tupatiwe loan ya magari na tuongezewe majaji wengine kama sijui 25. So what else do you want? Jakes, wewe unataka nini ingine? Kama tumepatiwa, nimeingia hapa State House, nimetoka na judge 25, nimetoka na ile Kalon mlikuwa mnanisumbua nayo, na mimi ndio CJ wenu. Wewe unataka kurule against hii serikali ya kazi gani? And that is why you will see all these cases that are going to the court, to high court and everything. All these cases zitakuwa zinakuwa rubber stamp na kuendelea. You know, there's pitisha hii, piga rubber stamp, pitisha hii, because judges wamepata ile kitu walikuwa wanataka. Hata wewe kama ni wewe Jakes, na hii uchumi yenye imekaa mbaya namna hii, ukipatiwa car loan ya hiyo milioni wanapatiwa, and you know some of these car loans ukiambiwa interest yake, they are very little low interest rates. You know, why should you fight the government? We piga kitu rubber stamp. After all, even if it starts affecting people, wewe utakuwa unapata mshahara, you have security, you have car loans, you have everything. Hakuna kitu itakugusa. Ita affect ule common mwananchi, and that is why you see, even as my brother says here, Richard says that William Ruto is. I think William Ruto is not a smart politician. William Ruto has money, and he knows that he can buy anything. He knows how to bargain for somebody's price. You know, he knows how to demand, to make sure. What he did to the judiciary is ask, wewe unanunulika pesa ngapi? You know, how much do you cost? Na wakamwambia price yao. You know, and so once amenunua hiyo, hakuna kitu kingine ambayo inazuia Kenyans kuumia. That's it. We are done.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Wow. I'll be coming to Dogo to Nyagaka. I'll be coming equally to you as well, because Kenya Rebel is yet to make a submission. I'll be coming to you, Nyagaka. Just hold on kidogo. Uzuri ya Mr. Rebel, at times he's brief. At times he can be brief. At times. Now, Kenya Rebel, how are you? I hope you're well. One moment you equally said that there's nothing wrong with the judiciary meeting with the executive, given that even former CJ Emeritus Bwana Maraga equally sought to have such meetings with Uhuru. But Uhuru, as you at times describe him, was a tough guy to have such meetings happen. Now that it happened with William Ruto, what do you make of it? What now do you describe William Ruto and how he has been able to achieve to have a sitting with the CJ, and of course, as Makiadi is raising, there were goodies that the CJ was able to walk away with, and I'm sure equally William Ruto, there are goodies he will be walking away with from that meeting. But what is your take from the meeting that happened yesterday, given that, one, I didn't have you yesterday for sure, but I would want to hear your sentiments, and the fact that we are seeing cases now, even long cases like the one that started in 2009, that for Njambine Road, that ilikuwa imekwama, but leo imekubaliwa kuendelea. NEMA ambayo ilikuwa imepeleka the case in court imejitoa, imeachilia hiyo story iendelee. Ile story ya SHIF imeachiliwa iendelee. This Friday ndio housing levy decision itakuwa made, and I'm almost certain, maybe I'm proven otherwise, that the court will equally allow this housing issue to continue. So what do you make of yesterday's meeting, and what are your sentiments, Bwana Kenya Rebel?
Thank you, Jakes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, as you've said. Again, Jakes, I go by facts, and if facts change, then I'll have to change my opinion. As of right now, there's no evidence that suggests that Ruto has co-opted the judiciary, as we are meant to believe by people who might not share his political view or whatever position. Or again, as I said, the executive meeting with the Chief Justice and the head of the legislative arm of government is not wrong by itself. Okay. Now, one thing that I see here, people think that just because Ruto met Chief Justice Koome, that suggests that hizo cases are Ruto zita pita hivyo, and you gave the example of the ones that have been approved. When the issue is before a judge, the lower courts, that judge does not look at Koome to make a determination whether Koome is going to be happy with his or her judgment or not. Okay, they make the judgment based on what the law says about the issue. Okay, so whether Ruto wants to meet Koome in State House or Sagana or whatever the case is, that has no bearing or should not have bearing on what the judge ruling is going to be. So let's stop this nonsense. But anyway, the one thing I want to actually emphasize is that we spend a lot of time concentrating on the executive branch of government and its influence. And there was a debate today which actually was more interesting than this nonsense about the judiciary and the executive, which was between Otiende Amolo and Kenan. And it actually gave a glimpse of what goes on in the legislature. I keep on saying democracy is a participatory sport, okay? Because Kenan made a good point and told them, easy story, you keep on complaining that the Ruto has is holding the legislative body captive. I may co-opt, okay? I may know or whatever the case. Even when you're in your minority, you have the powers to actually make things happen. For example, if you're complaining about the G2G deal, you say the government was not transparent about what went on, you can evoke Article 125 and bring these people. Actually, you have the same powers of the High Court to bring these people and question them. Tell the government to show you the deal, the certificate, the contracts between the government and whatever that oil company from Middle East. And let's take a look at it. Unakumbuka hapa, Jakes, when I came in and told you, when I asked you guys that ile story ya Kimwarer and Aror, whatever the case is. The legislative MPs, Senate and MPs can actually summon these people and answer, tell us where that 65 million or whatever million we lost, where did it go? They have the power to do that, but they're not doing it. So, like I said, the government is not just Kenya Kwanza. Yes, they have the majority in the legislative body and they have the executive, but that's not where it stops. What's the work of the opposition? If I'm looking at opposition to do something to stop the influence of Ruto in the government, I'm looking at Raila Odinga. He's busy riding a donkey in Lamu thinking he's Jesus freaking Christ. Okay? These are the people who we are relying on to check the government. These are jokers, con men, clowns. Okay? So then you have somebody come here tells Ruto is buying everyone. Makiadi is telling us Ruto is buying it. Uhuru is 10 times richer than Ruto. He can spend his lunch money and buy everybody, including William Ruto if he wants to, if it's about buying people. So I don't buy this argument. All I'm saying is this, is we can't just keep on coming here and saying Ruto is messing up, and we fail to question ourselves. What is our representatives doing? Why can't we the people, put pressure on hata kama when you're opposition, even if you're Azimio, what's your MP doing? And go look at that interview. And Kenan made a very good statement. He said, our to Azimio, in funerals, they make points on asema ati Ruto ni hivi wakifika kwa parliament. They support the Ninio. They support it secretly, usiku. And we see that. So what I'm trying to say is this. If you're looking for good governance and to be in the issue of patriotism, we shouldn't stop being patriotic because Ruto is messing up the country. We can be patriotic by actually making sure these people adhere to the constitution by putting pressure on our representatives, because these are the guys who actually can clip Ruto's influence on the judiciary or in the legislative body. Whether you have the numbers out there is irrelevant. Wake up pressure, put them pressure so they know where you stand. I always get, and as I finish, again, the perfect example is finance bill. When it was time for to kupitisha finance bill, what did they do? 89 MPs didn't even show up. Then you come here and tell us that finance bill in buy, it's not helping Kenyans, and your very MP did not even show up. So why don't you hold your MP first, accountable first before you get to Ruto? So spare me this whole nonsense about Ruto is judiciary. You can do something about it. Okay, Tata shows that it's the way. But anyway, I'll stop there and I'll let everybody else speak.
All right. Nyagaka, before I give
allow me to respond to this.
I'm giving you time to respond. You have been actually been mentioned. I'll give you that time. Allow me to give Nyagaka a minute. I'll give you. Yes, Nyagaka.
Yeah, hiyo ndio mimi nataka hata Makiadi aanze majibu yangu, kwa sababu on the other show Makiadi ambao mmenifungia, na I'm very proud that I don't even get there because you are one-sided. Ni kwamba niliwaambia Ruto will win these elections, my friend. Hata nikapeti mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Kikwete $1,000 hata kutoka siku hiyo hakurudi. Ni kwamba all you are talking about Makiadi is hot air, my friend, kwa sababu vile revolutionary amesema. As a matter of fact, revolutionary, I really appreciate you and thank you very much for all the words you have said. Let me use some of them. Vile amesema, you guys have no idea of how government functions. You have an idea on how to criticize the government of the day. Muna criticize to every day, every hour. Lakini kutuambia ile munafanya ili we can follow you. None. And as a matter of fact, Jakes, Odunga, who is my best justice, na ile mama ambao ni kama Arabino hivi, walikuwa transferred from the courts in Nairobi to elsewhere when Kenyatta was in power, not when Ruto came along. And some of us in Uda don't want the government, the court, to be with us. The court can be dangerous at the same time. It cuts both ways. Na ule mwingine alikuwa anasema ati anaishi manyumba ya section 8. Leave those houses like yesterday. The houses that we're building in Kenya have none of the examples of section 8 and the like. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaendelea mbele Makiadi, mkutishinda mtushinde na tutakuwa na nyinyi. Yule mlikuwa mnanishambulia wakati wa kuambia kwamba Ruto anashinda, amutashinda Ruto, is the same way I'm telling you. Amutashinda Ruto 2027. Mkikama hapo kutiana ideas ya kumshinda, tutawafuata. Sio kwamba lazima mkuje na very negative stories ya hii serikali ni mbaya, hii serikali ni ya nini. No, that's not even how any country functions. It functions on positive ideas. Kenyans are very positive people, all of them. Vile wanapendwa ulimwengu mzima Makiani, kama wewe unapendwa na watu ambao unaishi nao, because we have been raised with a positive energy. Na hii negative energy munayo ya Ruto is just that, kwa sababu yeye anasema na kutenda. Yule alisema atafanya, anafanya. Na kama for the last time, Jex, mukitushinda mushinde, and we will congratulate you and move on. Thank you very much, Jex.
All right. Now Makedi umetajwa mpaka
let me start Jex by
you are well able to defend yourself now, but even as you're defending yourself, I know you have captured all that has been said, I'm sure, so that I don't interrupt you, but if kuna yenye utakosa kusema nitakukumbusha. All right, but go on.
Yeah, let me start by responding to what Penyagaka is telling me. I think Penyagaka, you're still stuck in the election cycle. People have moved past that. You are still stuck about Kushinda na Kushindana 2027. You are talking about the current happenings right now in our country. And we have, like I told you before, we have no obligation to support William Ruto. As a matter of fact, politics is about interest. And as long as William Ruto is on that chair, we will not support him. That is why we are always looking for something small, anything whatsoever, that this government is not doing right. And that is where we will focus. Now, if we want us to clap for William Ruto, then we probably should dismiss our constitution and declare him king. And then everything we'll be doing is we will be praising him from the churches, the top of the mountains. Otherwise, that is not our responsibility. And I agree with you. Perhaps we do not have a plan, but maybe the plan that William Ruto has for our country is not the best. And from where I sit, it is not working. So, Penyagaka, as much as you continue crying about sijui ulikuwa unafungiwa wapi, let me tell you something. We will make sure that every day we point out to the wrongs of this government. That is our job. That is why you call us the opposition. All right. Let me come to Kenyari. Kenyari is giving us conflicting remarks here. Number one, you are telling me that you watched the interview you watched a discussion between Otiende Amolo and Aden. And I don't go Aden Kenan Amana. And then Aden Kenan is pointing out at Nyinyi watu wa Azimio. First of all, you should be asking yourself there, how did Kenan get into parliament? Which political party did he use to get into parliament? And when you answer yourself, then you will tell me why parliament is not an institution that any Kenyan, any sane Kenyan, SANE, Kenyan, can depend upon. Let me tell you something here, Jakes. When you come here and tell us that the parliament is the institution where we should be, trying as much as possible to cry to our leaders and MPs to do ABCD to make sure that they press the government. Let me ask you here. This same parliament, we know that there are committees. These committees the chairmen of these committees are from the majority side. Let me teach Kenyari kitu kidogo, pengine ni kama haelewi. For you to summon anybody to parliament to answer any questions, you must use a committee. Wachana na hiyo unaenda kusema huko ati sijui article sijui nini. You do not come to answer to a plenary. Ama Jex mimi naongea kikamba. You do not answer to a plenary. You come and get summoned, you get grilled by a parliamentary committee. The committee is constituted of the minority and the majority. When I want to call you, Jakes, before a committee of energy to answer why KPLC is overcharging Kenyans, I use my chairman. Naskia. It is the discretion of the chairman either to call you or not. As a member of parliament, I have no power to force my chairman to bring anybody before the committee, especially if you're from the minority side. So, Jakes, inafaa tukue honest wakati tunaambia watu ya kwamba we should be using parliament to bring our grievances forward, and then you contradict yourself by saying Okiya Omtata is doing a good job by going to the judiciary. Okiya Omtata is a senator by virtue of the Azimio coalition. Why has Okiya Omtata not gone to parliament to prosecute his issues? Why has he not gone to Senate to prosecute his issues? Why is he deciding to go to the judiciary? That tells you that the parliament of the Republic of Kenya is a dead horse. So tafadhali Kenyari, hapana pigia sisi kelele mingi hapa sana na mambo ya parliament kila wakati parliament. This parliament has already been bought. Imenunuliwa, iko kwa mfuko ya mtu. It is not an open secret. Hii imenunuliwa kitambo sana, and that is why even the parliamentarians, hata si mimi peke yangu ninasema, even the parliamentarians themselves wanasema ya kwamba this is the worst parliament ever to exist in the Republic of Kenya. They say it openly. And they have gone to the media stations everywhere. Hata juzi niliona Otiende Amolo, the same Otiende Amolo na this Shelley kwa Jeff Koinange. I think uliona Jakes. Otiende Amolo said there, akasema our parliament is dead. Before huyo mama ambaye anaitwa deputy the speaker. And that lady said that the reason why mnasema namna hiyo ni kwa sababu it's the same language yenye Kenyari anatumia hapa. This parliament that William Ruto is presiding over, we say I will call it William Ruto's parliament, is one of the most ineffective parliament ever to exist in the Republic of Kenya. And we are not going to change my mind about that, because everything that has been brought before this parliament has been rubber stamped. Even the things that Kenyans have said no to has been passed by this parliament. And that is why it has taken Kenyans to go, a step further and run to the judiciary to try and, limit the passing of these unscrupulous bills through parliament. So let us agree here that parliament is not an option, not this time. We can do a lot of things through the judiciary. And that is why we are trying as much as possible to say that the judiciary should remain independent, not influenced by anybody. Even if Martha Koome goes and gets all these goodies to the judges, I want to believe that there are judges in this judiciary that are independent-minded, judges who will speak and will stick with the constitution. It doesn't matter whether Martha Koome is given car grants or whatever, or 25 more judges are appointed. It doesn't matter. There are judges who will stick to the law, and I know that very well moving forward, there are people who will say no to tyranny. Thank you.
All right. Now, I want to, just one moment, Kenyari Bell, I want to give you guys 2 minutes because I'm wrapping up, and equally as I'm giving you the same, I wish to equally hear your closing remarks. But ladies and gentlemen, asante sana kwa being part of this show. Naona wengi tayari wanatuma ujuni kibao. I can't read all of them. I've tried to project some, but asante sana kwa comment, guys. You guys are always fantastic. Akina Geoffrey Ruto, Goodyear, and many of you ambao mna participate. Equally, the many watching, asante sana. Now, Kenyari Bell, you have been mentioned equally, but even as you give me your closing remarks and all, as much as I agree with you and equally disagree with you at the same breath, at what point do we say that finally we have a working parliament? Finally, we have a working judiciary. Finally, the executive is not far reaching its hand to influence anything, either in the legislature or the judiciary. At what point? Because yes, it's one thing we can say, we can use our parliament, right? That one, maybe some may say, has been compromised. We were having the courts, and you have rightfully said Dr. Mtata has shown us to go to the courts, but the courts, I am not sure if it still will be the courts that we know of. So at what point will we have a country where all the arms work independently and of course interdependently in a way that really benefits mwananchi? Because by the end of the day, it's about mwananchi, whether it's through parliament, through the judges, through the president, or any other thing. It's about mwananchi eventually. So at what point can we say finally we are there?
Okay, thank you, Jakes. First of all, I would like to thank Rich Macchiari for being here. I usually enjoy his submission because he's very passionate in his view. Number one, you don't even have to. Okay, you can use Article 125 through the Senate can use that, evoke that, and the members of Parliament, or you can actually use Article 35, which any citizen can actually ask for information from the government. Let's say if the Azimio folks who are really serious about finding out about this G2G information, evoke Article 35 and get the government to give you the documentation that you need, take it to Parliament, argue your case, and say, hey, listen, let's summon these guys here to answer questions about this G2G. So it's not only Article 125 that you can use. You can use Article 35 as a member of Parliament. And so far, no one has actually used it from the Azimio side. They're busy out here still talking about Ruto is taking up the government and they're doing this and that and the third. Okay, that's one.
But Kenyaribe, sorry to ask you this, just one moment. I think when you read our laws, it's not the role of Azimio, it's the role of Parliament, because the old one had what you're describing. This current one has only my majority and minority, but equally it calls upon the legislative arm of government to oversee the government, to look and see what you are saying. So it's not just Azimio. This is something that the whole house, and if you watched the show, it's sad that a speaker or a deputy speaker of the assembly would talk as though she's talking on behalf of the government. She ought to be neutral. She ought to really be the speaker, because by the end of the day, the speaker of the house, you know the role, you know what they do. But now these are guys from Kenya Kwanza, all right? And they fail to do what you're saying, because it's not the role of Azimio, because we don't have an opposition or a side that the constitution. So this is the side to look at, or rather to put the government to task and all. So I think you should ask us to look at our parliament, the whole house. It's about the whole house.
Okay.
Because as Makiadi was trying to tell you, even how we work compared to other times, we work through committees. So is it fair to just call on Azimio?
Yes, there's a reason why I'm saying that. I'm very deliberate in what I'm saying, because in the parliament, of course, we have two coalition parties, and they'll vote. Usually the people who has the lesser number, they're considered the minority. The people who have more numbers are called the majority. Okay, that's where you have Wandai and the gang and the Chungwa and whoever else. Okay, now the reason why I use Azimio is because Azimio are the most vocal about this G2G thing. They're doing their job by actually partially doing their job by calling out what Ruto is doing wrong, as they were celebrating about this G2G, wanakimbia hapa kwa mazishi wakituambia mambo ya G2G. But I'm saying this, if they're serious about this issue, them being a minority does not stop you from doing this. That's why I used Article 35 Sifuna can simply, as an individual, as a citizen, even Makiadi or me, if I'm Azimio, go ask for this information from the government to give you the contracts of this G2G deal. So if I was Azimio, I'm Sifuna, I'll go ask the government, give me a copy of this, go to the parliament, bring this in your motion, whatever committee you want to use, and let it be debated on. We discuss it. Summon these people, let them come to Ninio. You saw when Murkomen went there was summoned. Was he summoned? In fact, he was summoned by, was it the same Nani, Sifuna or something like that, about that Ninio, Izoma roads or airport. I think it was one of the things. And I applauded Sifuna for this. Why can't they do that on this issue? Now, you asked me a question. Why can't, when is there a day that this judicial arm or Ninio legislator or executive will ever work? They will never be perfect. That's why I started by saying democracy is a participatory sport. Everyone has to play a part to perfect it. We want inchi. We should demand much. That's why I'm saying if I was Azimio, and by the way, the last time I checked, Okiya Omtata is not Azimio, he's independent. If I'm not wrong, I'm willing to stand to be corrected if I'm wrong. Okay? So I'm saying this, if I'm Azimio and I'm serious about these things that they're complaining about Ruto, why can't you bring this thing at the legislative body? We're supposed to debate it. Summon these people, evoke Article 35, evoke Article 125 to bring these people and ask them, where is the money? Where did the money go? Okay. Now he asked me a question. Why didn't Okiya Omtata do the same? Okay. Okiya Omtata is independent, from what I understand. The vote was ilipitishwa, and after ilipitishwa illegally, the next recourse that he could have taken was to run to the judiciary and file a petition against that. Okay, because he doesn't have numbers. He's just independent. Okay, he doesn't, but he was against it. Okay, because as Azimio folks, they didn't show up. All right, so that's why he went to the judiciary to stop it. Now, if the judges, on Friday, hiyo maneno ikikatwa, because remember it was already, hiyo mambo ya affordable housing was already declared unconstitutional. Alafu wakaenda appeal ikasema waipatie 30 days or whatever. So if the judiciary wakikata hiyo kesi and give Ruto permission kuendelea na affordable housing, then I can come here and say, you know what? After him meeting with Koome and they declaring this thing okay to go on, while we know it's unconstitutional, then we can say, you know what? Ruto has actually captured the judiciary. Because after that, that's why I said, if facts change, I will change my position. But what I'm trying to say in summation, as I wrap up, is this. We can't sit here and all we do is say, Ruto is doing this, Ruto is doing this, destroying. We have a part to play. And we have a part to play by pressuring our representatives. If you ask Makiadi, who is his MP? He probably doesn't know, but he will be here talking about the parliament has been captured, or the Senate have been captured. Yes, they'll be captured because you're not doing anything to actually put pressure on these people. They're busy running around in ODM wanafanya ninio for 2027 or whatever the case is. So that's what I'm talking about. Instead of concentrating on the executive, how about we strengthen and put pressure on the legislative, which is directly represent us, where we can actually demand our interest to be brought forward. Thank you very much, and it's been nice.
That is all. I think equally I think that is your closing remarks.
Yes, thank you.
All right, but at least you have made a statement yenye nimebambika nayo kwamba tomorrow, actually today is Thursday here in Kenya. Tomorrow is when the ruling is happening. So I really want to see you in the show, whatever verdict is given, and I would want to really see you swallow your words. All right. Now,
I will be. What time will it be? Sorry, before I go ahead. What time will it be?
Times tunaonanga siku hizi our judgments zinafanywa saa 8, so maybe tomorrow in the afternoon we should be able to know exactly what is the verdict ya hiyo story ya housing tomorrow Friday. Yes, so tomorrow evening tomorrow evening, that is the topic we'll be looking at. Now, Makiadi, your closing remarks and equally your sentiments, of course, in rebuttal to what Bwana Kenyali is saying, and equally, I'm sure you know your MP, but anyway, utatuambia kama ujui tutaweza Google tu hapa mbio mbio. But go ahead.
Jakes, mambo ya MP. I think I'll not respond to that, but I think I know my leaders very well, more than my brother Kenyari knows them. So I'll not go down that tunnel with my brother here. What I want to say is this. I think Kenyari, what you keep on doing is giving conflicting remarks. You tell us here that we can pressure our MPs to go and press these issues in parliament. And then you come and tell us again the reason why Okiya Omtatah went to seek redress in the courts is because he's a man by himself. He's independent. He doesn't have numbers. So we as people who are listening to you, Pen, can you mute tafadhali? Yeah, as people who are listening to you, we get confused. Where do you stand? If you can tell us here that Okiya Omtatah is an independent, he does not have numbers, and that is why he runs to court to seek redress. And then you are the same person telling us here, it doesn't matter whether you are a minority or not, you can ask, you can summon these people to parliament and grill them. So just listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. And maybe you have the answer, but you do not want to accept the reality that the parliament we have right now is a dead horse. Jakes is trying to point out to you the interview where Deputy Speaker, this lady that was working in Bomas na makaratasi ya IEBC, is in the media, in the public climate, talking about how the judiciary is frustrating the executive. And then Jeff Koinange asks that lady, you are saying we as the government, what is your role as parliament? Because the way she was speaking as if she's she's an appendage of the executive. And that is the problem we have in this country. Because the role of overseeing that a government like William Ruto's or any other government is doing the right thing lies with the parliament and the judiciary. If the parliament that we have right now is speaking the same language, is pressuring the judiciary together with the executive, then why should you come here and tell us wananchi ya kwamba tuende tena tutumie the same parliament ambayo inaonekana already imekuwa compromised kupressure these people that are not performing? It is not possible. What I want to say is this. From where I stand, and maybe I might be proven wrong maybe after these coming rulings, from where I stand, the judiciary is the only body right now that can be able to check the executive, period. Wewe ukisema hapa tutaenda kuitisha makaratasi sijui ati uta invoke sijui ati kwa 30 what. Kenyari, let me tell you here today. Wewe hata ukienda kwa ofisi ya chief wako uitishe birth certificate yako na kukatazi hakuna mahali utampeleka. You know, you are talking about an ideal situation. Wewe unaongea juu ya kitu inaitwa ideally this is what is supposed to be happening in an ideal situation. The reality is whatever you are saying is impossible. Even if you go and ask for those documents that you're talking about, the G2G, whatever documents zenye zilisainiwa na serikali ya Kenya na hiyo sijui whatever oil marketers or whatever, hakuna mtu atakupatia na hakuna mahali utawapeleka. Unaona? So the thing is, the only hope that we are remaining with right now, the only hope that can save our country is the judiciary. And we should make sure that we pressure the judiciary to an extent whereby even if the Chief Justice decides to side with the executive, we will still have judges that will work independently for the common good of mwananchi. Thank you, my brother Jakes. Unless kuna kitu nimesahau kujibu.
sidhani, but
kuna pale unaweza kuwapeleka wasipokupatia hizo makaratasi, unawapeleka kotini if they don't.
Hakuna mahali utawapeleka Kenyari.
Can you quote that constitution, that section of constitution of why they should give it to you, and they will give it to you.
Kenyari, I tell you, you are an idealist. I think what you talking about is an ideal situation. Unajua kuna kuanga na kitu inaitwa ideal situation. This is what is supposed to be happening. That is where we stand.
Lakini Richie, usipo exercise hizo rights umepewa kwa constitution, how do you expect us to implement the constitution? Kama if you have the answers to the constitution but your attitude is hakuna pale watu itaenda. If you don't exercise it, then how would you know that this constitution works or not? Because that attitude ndio maana Ruto is ruling like a king. You're making my point.
What an idea, Makiadi.
Yes.
Makiadi have a live case kwa huyu kama huyu chief huyu unasema kuna mahali utamchukua mtu alimchukua watu kutoka nyumbani walimchukulia makaratasi au wekese hii ya birthday nini akakataa akasema alipatie 5,000 na wakaenda kwa DCI akawapatia hizo pesa lakini silikuwa marked. As we speak right now, the gentleman is fired. Amefutwa kazi kabisa kwa sababu aliuliza huyu mama hela akamuonga pesa lakini hakuchua hiyo pesa ilikuwa kutoka kwa DCI, I'm sorry. Na akachukuliwa. There's somewhere you can take that person. Thank you.
All right. I think with that, we wrap up the show. Thank you so much, my able panelists, for your contribution and equally your submissions. I wish to leave it there, and equally thank you, our people who are watching. You guys are just but amazing. Asante tu sana. Namona Bwana Eli Othiambo Akondani, asante for your submissions na your comments. Zingine zinakuanga moto tu sana. I think I can read one or two. This is what you're saying, that it is insane that the panel doesn't get it, that the whole musical chairs, parliament, executive, and judiciary are colonial vestige that will take Kenya at least 100 years to evolve in. Well, sawa, you're equally saying that the European countries had an essential practice that followed from the numerous wars they fought for hundreds of years. Sentiments zake Bwana Eli, asante sana na umepotea sana, but I know you are well. Tutapatana tu kwa hizi corridors za Africa 24. All right, now guys, with that we come to the end of the show. I have really enjoyed having the conversations that we have had. I'm sure you too have enjoyed. All right, this happens here at Africa 24 every night from 10 p.m. So kindly consider subscribing and being part of this great family, and equally being part of these shows that happen here at Africa 24, and equally those joining us in other platforms like Facebook, equally follow us on YouTube and be part of this great conversation. Asante sana. Now, I now want to introduce something I'll be trying to be doing every day, and that is the clip that is trending, the funny clip that is trending. Now, this is a person who went to a hospital, right? Here in Nakuru, actually, and wanted to stop someone in dialysis kwa sababu yeye ni mse wa kanjo. What do you make of this?
There's no utatutolea patient for dialysis. There's no way. That is very wrong. Why are you running away? You think you're doing the right thing? What is this? What is this? No, unakuja kwa Rino unit. Who do you think you are? Dialysis, surely. Huyu anakuja kwa nani? Anakuja Rino unit. Shamelessly. Anatutolea mgonjwa kwa machine.
Unatoaje mgonjwa kwa dialysis?
Honestly.
Unajua dialysis ni nini?
Do you know what is kidney failure? Kufai kututolea mgonjwa kwa dialysis? Unatutoleaje mgonjwa kwa renal unit? Why are you doing that to us? Hatuna violence. No. Listen. Msitutolee wagonjwa kwa machine. No.
Sasa kama yeye mkaanjo mtu wangu mimi kwa mkono na mgonjwa kwa machine. Ametoa mgonjwa kwa machine kwa nini? Ametoa mgonjwa kwa machine.
All right. Sisemi kitu wadau. Sisemi kitu. Thank you so much. That was your show, and I'll be playing a clip ya kukuacha ukifikiria, and then we mwenyewe jijazie. Huyo jamaa alitaka kutoa msee kwa dialysis baada ya your kidneys kufail, we take you and try to do a dialysis at least kusafisha damu. So baada ya kusafisha streets za Nakuru, you know, baada ya kuhakikisha hawkers wamelipa taxes and all, huyo jamaa wa Kanjo akaona manze sawa, acha niachie hapo, allow me not to say anything else, but watu wa Kanjo mnaweza fanya hivyo Anyway, thank you so much. This has been Africa 24. See you tomorrow morning today morning at 9 a.m. And of course, we'll have another good one. Nimekuwa requested hii song tuishi tu kwa hivyo. Ni sawa, nimekubali. Sawa, all right? Good night, good morning, good afternoon. See you in the morning. Bye-bye.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Waelimu twaenda mbele, matibabuni twaenda mbele, viwandani twaenda mbele, na mashambani twaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli ya